How's everybody doing? Thank you for pointing that out, Notary. Much appreciated. I usually pre-mute the microphone when I'm in my preparatory stages. Apologies for that. Thank you for spelling that out. The caps lock definitely helped me notice in time. How's everybody doing today? Hello, O7 Crespian. Hello, Sword of a Demon. Right. So we're gonna watch some video, and then we're gonna move straight on into playing some Gray Zone, because I think I've finally murdered my settings sufficiently to where I can make the game run with my 3D model active. Maidenless, absolutely maidenless pursuits. I tend to run a pre-stream check like an F-14 takeoff procedure. Good man. Good man. I had everything ready for stream. It's just that when I go to my go live, I will double mute my microphone. Oh, never mind. I know why it was muted. It was muted in OBS because I was running benchmarking tests on my connection yesterday. Right? Not on my connection, on my GPU usage yesterday, and I was using OBS to additionally load the GPU to force it to basically to benchmark it as close as possible to having to run the game while streaming. And it was mostly running. So there's that. But yeah, let's watch this retro rifle ad. We need to pester them into bringing back the fine China polo design because I really want it. Not a fan of the shorts. Unless I can go like triple X large and then tie them down. Okay, it's just the shorts. See, I like my shorts to be like basketball shorts. I want them to be below the knee. Did I hydrate or did I forget? We're enjoying some pu'er tea, some aged Gen pu'er off of the big purchase batch that I did. Halo Bigger Branch. How are you doing? Oh, now I remembered Halo, and now I am sad. All right, Colion Noir dropped this a couple of hours ago. Let's see what he has going on there. Below the knees goof. The airflow actually helps more for cooling than raw draft. No, Terry, I don't suffer from airflow. I am fine with the heat. Doing good? Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I am also doing fantastic, especially since we are now deregulating suppressors and SBRs. I cannot wait. It is very likely that T-Money is going to be signing that bill first thing on July 4th, at which point America will intensify. What is good what? What does good what mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Below the knee is good. The airflow? Okay, then. I see. Then we are in agreement.
See this? This is a Daniel.
God, I fucking want that enclosed Leopold optic, but they no longer make those.
Defense DDM4 V7P. It's an AR-15 for all intended purposes.
Well, it's also a PDW.
Literally what it is an AR-15. And depending on who you ask, this is either a perfectly legal home defense tool or the reason society is falling apart and your oat milk keeps curdling.
I don't want all your guns. I want that AR-15. I want it.
But here's the thing. If you live in America,
you can have my fist up your ass.
A firearm and you still don't have one of these? Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. You're stupid.
Stupid.
Yeah,
I
valid.
don't mean that in a malicious way. I mean that in a you still haven't figured out how reality works kind of way.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
Not quite how it works.
And no, I'm not saying you have to get this exact rifle. You don't.
I'd fuck with this exact rifle. You can have it, but you'll get it back after using the barrel and pervert it in an entirely non-lethal way. Okay.
Need this exact DDM4 V7P, even though I think it's fucking phenomenal. I love this thing. I'd marry it if I could in Texas. But I'm talking any AR-15, budget, mid-tier, plain Jane. It doesn't matter.
No. Okay, so here's the thing. Rifles, especially AR-15s, have to be precision machined for them to run well. It's very much a pay once, cry once situation. I would definitely not dip any lower than the Palmetto State Armory stuff. The people like her obsess over penises when they see them, so obviously they want to be fucked by it. Please don't put thoughts like that involving Whoopi Goldberg into my head.
You need one, period. And here's why. Reason number one, the world is nuts and you know it. Let's stop pretending. The world isn't a little tense. It's one TikTok trend away from becoming a Call of Duty map. We got looters with better coordination than UPS, gas prices so high, your Uber driver is crying mid-ride, and cities where your local CVS needs a bouncer. So yeah, if you think you're too civilized for an AR-15,
Shud's in shambles right now.
Because when things go sideways, the police will show up 25 minutes late and blame traffic.
Sorry, we're late, traffic.
Yep.
You better have something with a magazine. Reason number two, they are
25 minutes late, by the way, is on top of the usual 30 to 40 minute response time, mind you. California compliant. DDM4, I think he's showing off this one. Black or deep woods? Nah, we're going black. Is this a 16-incher? Now, Terry, if you do not cease, there will be consequences. V7, barrel length 14.5. Nah, I want the Mark 18 experience. Give me that good SBR shit. Okay, that's a little too short. See, like, if you want to run 300 Blackout, there are better guns to do that than in the Era platform. The Era platform is not well suited for 300 Blackout. Mark 18 pistol. Here we go. We replaced that with a stock starting from July 4th. That is so sexy. God damn, especially in black. Black is better than FDE. Changed my mind. 10.3-inch barrel, quad rail. You put a sexy little hand stop on there, slap an EOTech on that bitch. A tech light and an IR laser. Damn. I'm getting hard just thinking about it. Should we build a Mark 18 in Gray Zone? I have access to a Mark 18 in Gunny's shop. All we need to do is swap out the barrel for a shorter one. You can see how you could call something like that a Rattler? No, absolutely fucking not, because the Rattler is a short-barreled, a short-stroke gas piston operated system. This is direct impingement. This is literally just an AR platform, just well made because it's Daniel Defense. Rattlers are a SIG MCX platform.
18 is basically the iPhone of guns, except it actually works when you need it.
But there is one more thing.
See, I would say it's not the iPhone of guns. I would say it's actually the Android phone of guns, because you have significantly more options and you're not locked into the walled garden of, I don't know, your proprietary parts. Benelli.
It's light, customizable, easy to use, more reliable than half the people in your group chat. You can set it up for home defense, for training, for just looking badass in your closet when your in-laws visit. Now, personally,
In your closet? Why not on your wall?
I don't think ARs are intimidating. They're tools, functional and practical.
So AKs are iPhones. No, AKs aren't iPhones. They are Temu iPhones, because they're non-standardized depending on where you buy the tooling kit, and none of the parts work. No. Benellis are the iPhones of the gun world, because they sell the fucking proprietary rail for $150 for 2 Picatinny slots.
Practical, but the anti-gun crowd,
No, never mind. HK. Now that's the iPhone of guns.
they spend years turning this into the boogeyman with a Picatinny rail.
The guns that were chosen back in those days
Also, brother, why is your muzzle device rusted?
were basically the guns that most gangs and criminals were using to kill our police officers. I'm not saying it was the best bill, but that was the best bill they could get out at that particular time. I actually don't know what a barrel shot.
okay,
I
'cause
believe
it's in your
a shoulder thing
legislation.
that goes up.
So you don't shoot deer with a bullet that size. If you do, you could cook it at the same time.
If you want to
Bullet that size? I'm sorry, but 5.56 and 2.23 are not large enough to hunt deer. They're barely large enough to hunt quail. Not quail, sorry. Turkey, probably. Just keep her in mind.
protect yourself, get a double-barrel shotgun. Said, Jill, if there's ever a problem, just walk out on the balcony here or walk out, put that double-barrel shotgun and fire 2 blasts outside the house. I promise you, who's ever coming in is not going
To your last
That's called a negligent discharge within city limits, and that's a felony. Disagree because you know how to hunt deer with a 45? I'm pretty sure someone told me that 5.56 is not a permitted hunting round for deer. Maybe elk. Maybe I'm confusing that with elk because it doesn't have enough mass behind the projectile to take down a deer.
question, what's the efficacy of
Elk is too much meat? Yeah, I figured.
banning these magazine clips? I will tell you, these are ammunition. They're bullets. So the
All
people
right.
who have those now, they're going to shoot them. And so if you ban them in the future, the number of these high capacity magazines is going to decrease dramatically over time because the bullets will have been shot and there won't be any more available.
Isn't it pretty hard to define?
Wait, did she... Whoa, I'm sorry, I had a stroke there for a moment. Did she just suggest that bullets come from quote-unquote high-capacity magazines? let's run that one again, shall we? Just a second. I want to hear that one from the top.
It's not going
To your last question,
Okay.
what's the efficacy of banning these magazine clips? I will tell you, these are ammunition. They're bullets. So the people who have those now, they're
Okay.
going to shoot them. And so if you ban them in the future, the number of these high capacity magazines is going to decrease dramatically over time because the bullets will have been shot and there won't be any more available.
Isn't it
Okay, so she actually thinks that bullets come from magazines. Understood. You think you smell burning toast? Does she know how babies are made? I don't know. She probably forgot after her 5th abortion.
pretty hard to define what is an assault weapon?
Well, if it can fire a lot of bullets very quickly, that's a good place to start, okay?
I mean, technically, a shotgun falls under that definition significantly better because if you fire a single volley of buckshot, it technically fires more projectiles than an AR-15.
Okay, let's say 3. If you haven't hit the deer with 3 shots, you're a pretty lousy shot. That deer deserves to get away.
I don't give a fuck about the deer. I care about the guy who just kicked my door in.
Let's get serious here.
But that would ban most pistols. That would ban...
God, Bloomberg is such a fucking raging cuck. I'm so happy that he's been finally completely evacuated from the political zeitgeist. Now all we need to do is evacuate him 6 feet under. I mean, close his tab in a bar.
No, but pistols are different. You have to pull the trigger each time. An assault weapon, you basically hold it, goes... Blah, blah, blah.
This is a ghost gun.
Oh, I forgot how retarded he is. Never mind.
If you own an AR, you probably also stockpile MREs, use the word sheeple, and believe aliens built...
Dude, MREs go fucking hard. I will not have anyone slander MREs. All of our infrastructure dies once a year, or okay, fine, once every 3 years, whenever there's a fucking when there's a stiff wind. I will have none of this. It's okay to stockpile MREs, they keep well.
Built the freeways, which they did. What you talking about?
Kicking up the dirt as I pull up my skirt. Eeny, meeny, many more, you could be first.
Mom, I'm trying.
So now, when you show up with an AR-15,
You get the point of limiting it. You either want everything allowed or none. All of these weird compromises. Bigger branch. The correct opinion, or rather the correct position, is allow all of it. The Second Amendment says it shall not be infringed, and I don't believe the founding fathers stuttered. What you're saying is in Punisher Warzone, he only eats eggs and cheese MREs because it's all he has. You're positive that's why Frank Castle is so angry? He either shits twice a month or 10 times a day. Well, see, as someone who's been on high protein diets, your gut microbiome adapts fairly quickly. It's not as big of a problem as people make it out to be.
You're not just defending your house. You're making people rethink their life decisions. And you know what? That's leverage. That's psychological warfare.
It just annoys you, these weird convoluted laws where they clearly want a gun ban. Well, yes, they want a gun ban, but because a direct gun ban would be unconstitutional and would be easily challenged by a Supreme Court even if Congress would have passed it. Because here's the thing, Congress's legislative power is not infinite. That's what the NFA was. Yeah, the NFA was an attempt to legislate guns away through a budgetary measure, and that's why it's getting gutted in July. Hell yeah, USA, USA. But the point is, yes, they are attempting to longhouse us. They are communists. There is no two ways about it. They want to disarm us because a disarmed population is easier to oppress. One of the reasons they would be afraid to go whole hog on stealing another election, and why they were so timid in this one, is because there was probably an understanding somewhere that another shameless steal would result in a lot of Republicans getting their guns off of their gun walls and then going in to kick doors. They act like that's not what they want. They try to seem reasonable. Yes, exactly. They are incrementalists. They want to fight you to make you cede ground gradually because they're fine with working towards their goal in increments. And unfortunately, conservatives were ceding ground left and right, including with the passage of the Gun Owner Safety Act and the Hughes Amendment and the NFA. Unfortunately, right now, we have Republicans, or, well, realistically, it's libertarians who have taken over the Republican Party, who are fighting tooth and nail to roll a lot of those mistakes back. Yeah, it's never just. The thing is, I think, as an American taxpayer, I should be able to own guns as nice as the ones that I paid for the Taliban to have, okay? And that includes select fire Mark 18s.
That's smart. Not owning one? That's stupid. Message. Reason number 3.
Although I'm not sure if I want an HK 416 or a Mark 18 more. That's up for grabs. Because Klukai is best girl, I'm kind of leaning towards 416, especially since I recently pulled her in Girls Frontline.
3.
Just want 240 beat to hike with. Yeah, that's fair.
Affordable, so stop capping.
But they're too expensive.
Really? You dropped $900 on sneakers you won't wear in the rain.
Not today, bitch.
All right, cool. So that total would be $10,312.83.
Let me know when you say the total.
But
brother, if you spend $10,000 on clothes, you are not a real person. Not like in general, not over the course of a year, like in any item on any one shopping trip. You are not a real serious person.
A few $100.
Debt and theft? No, I think the dude in the clip is like a minor, I don't know, a niche internet micro celebrity, or never mind. I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I continue that train of thought.
For a reliable rifle is too much? Come on. You can get a no-frills AR that works just fine. It may not have a flared mag well and a name like Death Reaper.
Or you have 50 million on your account and you just want one of everything in the store. See, no, Terry, I think that is the mentality of people who win the lottery and then they're broke like 3 months later. Depth and theft feeds the trend. That's true. That's true. No, see, here's the thing. What I've learned from socializing with high net worth individuals and sort of growing up in that atmosphere is that the people who actually earned their immense wealth are usually still very frugal. they're usually very very particular and very smart with their money. Yes, sometimes they will have an indulgence, but 10 grand on clothes is not an indulgence. That's just pure retardation. I do have to caveat that as a man. Nothing women do falls into the realm of, standard rational logic. But speaking of your shopping opportunities, let's just scope out. Here's the thing. You don't need a gooched out frilly rifle. And by the way, if you're going to buy anything gun related, do not fucking buy it for the next 2 weeks. Wait until the weekend of 4th of July. You will see all of these motherfuckers slashing prices like there's no tomorrow. Okay? So if you're going to buy something, if you want a low-end AR, a low-end functioning AR, may I add. We go here, we go 5.56, Palmetto State Armory. Remember, 4th of July weekend. Say it with me, Oni Dojo, 4th of July. We are smart with our money. $700 for a Smith & Wesson PSA for $600. PSA $800. Keep in card until then. Exactly, yeah. Well, you don't even need to pick keep in card until then. Just go there on the 4th of July when the new discounts hit, and either get something that's already on discount or shop around for some accessories, because you don't want a naked rifle. What the fuck are you going to do with it? Because they come without so much as iron sights. Some of these have irons, at least the front post. Like the Ruger AR-556 you bought years ago, only malfunctioned when it was your fault. You forgot to lube it up. I can see that. My MCX has been thankfully running without the benefit of a drop of lube or a single cleaning. I really need to get around to doing that. That reminds me. I looked at rare breed trigger prices, and oh boy, they've nearly doubled. People are off the fucking chain trying to buy them up. I'm gonna wait for price adjustment because I don't want to pay $500 for a trigger. I feel like that's a little much. I bought the trip bar that I need for the MCX, so that one I'm going to be installing in the near future. But fuck, I'm waiting for that trigger to be worth something a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, usually on something like that, because it's a full-length rifle, 16-inch, fuck it. I mean, by the time y'all get around to buying, 4th of July, the law is going to be signed. You can basically scope out an SBR. But that being said, 16-inch is a fine do-everything rifle. And what you can do is, basically, you add a little vertical grip to it, you slap an EOTech on top, there you go. There's your do-everything rifle, and you can get away with spending less than $1,000 for it. Actually, you know what? There you go. Blem PSA PA-15 5.56 AR rifle, 16-inch nitride M4 carabine rifle, 13.5 inches. It's probably going to be a pin and weld. Hey there, Rago. You didn't know I meant right now. No. Don't buy anything right now. Right now, this is not real. Okay, fine. The blemished ones may be real, but the real sales are going to be coming in on the 4th of July. You slapped the magazine on an open bolt before you knew better. Oh, we had a double feed. Gotcha. Yeah, double feeds are in 100%. Well, okay, fine, 90%. When it's not a magazine issue, it's user error. You meant the stream? Well, listen, I stream on all of the same times, Rag. Like, I am very consistent. I may sometimes be late. I may very rarely be early. Some people say that my schedule is immaculate and is the most consistent VTuber schedule ever. Not me, but people say that. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispian. But yeah, remember, if you're buying gun shit, wait for until the weekend of 4th of July. Buy all of the gun shit that you want. Nice to see you, man. Ears beautifully off yellow. Why, thank you. I'm glad you noticed. It's the most beautiful schedule ever. Best VTuber schedule. I'm not saying that. People say that.
Gen 5, but if it goes bang when it needs to, that's all that matters. Waiting until chaos hits and then trying to buy one, that's not brave, that's just stupid. Stupid! Stupid! Message! Now, let me guess. You believe in freedom, personal responsibility, and owning a gun that actually works. Congratulations, it's 2025. That means you're basically a terrorist.
Same, but different.
You say you love this country, extremist. You carry a gun, menace to society.
Hell
you
yeah.
own an AR-15, oh, now you're basically Darth Vader with better aim.
Goddamn, I want a Daniel defense rifle.
That's why I made the Defend America collection.
You know what? Scratch that. Here's a if you're looking to spend a little bit upward, live Q or die. If you're looking for an upmarket rifle, I have a bridge to sell you. You're not a terrorist. We kill terrorists. Well, I think he's making a point that that's sort of the rhetoric. Swarovski optics, excuse the fuck out of me. It's been a while since I've been on Q's website. Okay. No, I think he's making a point about the rhetoric that people are trying to spin about the AR-15. Yeah, I am as confused as you are, Notary. I'm sorry. This website is giving me a conniption. Apparently, Swarovski makes optics now, I guess. Okay, let's see. Firearms. They sell cheap jewelry to upper middle class idiots? Apparently. So yeah, Sugar Weasel. Sugar Weasel. Don't get it in 300 Blackout. There are different platforms for that. Like, direct impingement guns don't work well with 300 Blackout. Just trust me. 16-inch 5.56 is all you need. Better in black. But basically, this is just an AR. This is an upmarket AR-15. If anything, do they make a 13 point? They do make a 13-inch one. I would probably recommend a 13-point-inch one. So it's not going to be like a clone perfect. I did say Swarovski. Yes, they've blasted. There you go. See. Swarovski I don't know. Maybe this is just like a gag item. It doesn't look like a real. No, never mind. It looks like a real optic. It looks like an LPVO. I'm guessing 1 to 8 LPVO. Listen, if they have the machinery to diamond cut quartz, they have the machinery to cut optics. Yeah, 1 to 8. It's an LPVO, I guess. So let's see the how the fuck do I Swarovski optic? Yeah. Fuck, they have an online store? Okay, I guess it's a different Swarovski. Although the font does look like it's the same company. $5 to $25. 2.3, 1 to 8. Whoever thought of that as a genius should be on the board of directors. Very possible. I mean, $4,000 for 1 to 8 LPVO. Well, let's see what this does. Remarkable field of view, 42 millimeters. Okay. 1x magnification, offering best possible review, hunting action, ensuring light. Right decisions. So what does this do? Like, I am confused. Impact adjustment points. Adjustment range. So is that like are those zeroing controls, I guess? Okay. Very confusing. But that is excessive. That is just not reasonable. I'm sorry. See, like, I can go to EOTech's website. I'm gonna go rifle scope, voodoo, 1 to 8. I'm sorry, you can't compete like that. That is bullshit. I'm not buying $4,000 glass for an LPVO. I'm not sure it does kill harder. That's the thing. That's my question. Personal choice and relative light limit for something inexpensive. AR's is LWRC carbine length DI rifle. That makes sense. But like in terms of glass, usually for precision shooters, there's an understanding that you're going to be spending about as much as you paid for the entire rifle as you spend on the optic. Because usually the farther you need to reach out to, the more precision machine the upper has to be, and the better you need the glass to be to maintain accuracy at extreme ranges. An LPVO is not extreme ranges. An LPVO is, I believe its applicability range tops out at like 200 meters. So what the fuck are we doing here? Like, this is reasonable. You slap this, well, fine. You need to pay for some mount rings, but that's besides the point. Like, $1,500 for glass isn't bad, especially for an EOTech glass. 3 to 18, that also works. Now it reaches out a little bit farther. I'd still put that on a DMR. But yeah, I guess the pricing is, consistent with Swarovski.
Action. Not for the soft, not for the confused, and definitely not for anyone who says nobody needs that many bullets.
So many.
Honestly, just stuck a Romeo on it because it just works. I don't like SIG optics because SIG optics are made in China on the same factory that makes HoloSuns. And I'm not paying SIG prices for HoloSun. Nor am I buying optics made in China, nor preferably none of my... If I can help it, I don't want to buy any of my gun shit made in China.
This isn't just merch, it's a walking middle finger to everyone who thinks loving your country is some kind of hate crime. At the heart of the design is the AR-15, not just a rifle, but a symbol of leave me and my family the hell alone.
Leave my family alone.
You want to blend in? This ain't for you. You want to push back? Cool. Now you've got a uniform. So, if you're tired of apologizing for being a sane, freedom-loving American, click the link below, grab a hoodie, a hat, a shirt, hell, all three. I even make drinkware with this shit on it. Wear it like body armor for your values, because Defend America is—
Leave my family alone works? Well, there you go. Here's a slogan for you.
It's a fucking warning for the people who forgot who they're messing with. Reason number 4, anti-gun brainwashing is making people stupid. I once saw a woman happily buy a Glock, then panic when the gun shop guy suggested an AR. She clutched her pearls like he offered her a baby bazooka.
Oh my God, I could never own one of those. That's like for mass shooters.
Ma'am, you just bought a 9mm handgun that holds 17 rounds and fits in your purse. And now you think this is where the morality line gets drawn? That's not logic, that's CNN-induced stupidity.
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question. But I watch you a lot. You ask a lot of stupid questions.
Download the Kayak app to search and compare prices on flights, cars, and hotels from hundreds of travel sites. Then do
An AR-15 is more accurate, more controllable, easier to shoot, easier to mount a light, easier to defend your family with. And the only reason she freaked out is because she's been trained to. We gotta stop letting scared people tell us what's safe. They're stupid. Don't be like them. And reason number 5.
Contempt for journalists is your favorite quality in a politician. Same.
If George Washington was alive, he'd be running an SBR. Let's say the founding fathers pop back in 2025. They walk into a bathroom.
Oh yeah, he's a tremendously effective comedian. He's very good with he's very good at ad-libbing on the spot.
Pro shop with powdered wigs and PTSD from fighting the British with flintlocks. Do you really think they'd pick a fucking bolt-action rifle? Hell no.
Prithee, what manner of musket is this?
This here is an AR-15, sir.
George Washington would have this Daniel defense. Ben Franklin would be rocking night vision, and Thomas Jefferson would be posting his EDC loadout on Instagram like, shall not be infringed, bitches.
Shall not be infringed, bitch.
Forgot to put a rear sight on that. Washington would want something belt-fed with a tomahawk. Yeah, fair. What manner of musket is this?
They wouldn't just approve of you owning an AR. They'd wonder what's wrong with you if you didn't. Now, I know this was supposed to be 5 reasons, but there's a bonus reason. Even if you hate guns, buy one anyway. Even if you're anti-gun, even if you think guns are scary and pronouns are bulletproof, buy one anyway. You don't have to tell anyone. Just keep it in your closet. Treat it like your ex's Netflix login. Only use it in an emergency, because when the day comes, and it will, you won't care how progressive you are. You'll care whether you can stop someone from breaking your door down. Reality doesn't care about your opinion piece in the New York Times. Reality only cares if you're smart enough to be ready or stupid enough not to be. The AR-15 isn't just a gun, it's common sense on a buffer spring. It's the tool that says if something goes bump in the night, I bump back. Bump it, bump it, bump it. You don't have to be tactical, you don't have to be a fucking Navy SEAL. You just have to not be stupid.
That's simple.
And not owning an AR-15 right now in this version of America is stupid.
I want to check the prices for that loopholed enclosed optic. Sorry, just a second. I know I'm rabbit holing, but I want it. Holographic sight. Loophole red dot sights. I hate that they discontinued it. I'm so angry about that. Ha! Wait, just one darn second. Is it in stock? When people saw gunpowder and pistols, they were like, okay, we give up. But give us that shit. Wait, is this real? Man, I love when companies no longer sell what people actually want. Apparently they fucking sell it again. Wait, why did I not get the memo? Are loopholed loopholed holographic sights back on the menu, boys? LCOs are back in? Where's the add to cart button? I don't see it. Important delivery info, ships free, discontinued, fuck. No, it discontinued, yes. Loophole, carbine optic. No longer available for purchase. I hate it here. I guess they didn't want to compete with EOTech because at the time they could only make it $200 more expensive. So, there's Gunbroker. Gunbroker. Give me the age pop-up, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one is ever selling theirs. LCO. Nope, not even on Fudbroker. People are holding on to them. The most specific rabbit hole ever. Listen, he's flashing it in my face.
Stupid. Don't be that. Be prepared. Be smart. Be free. And for God.
Fine, I'll stick to EOTechs. Let's see, what is this? Oh, this is a whole hour-long walk. Okay, we're not doing this. Let me check what this video is. It came up in my feed. So this is the dorm for people undergoing the Uchideshi program for the Kyokushin Honbu. This is the old Honbu when Oyama was still alive, because this is 1995. Love a good demo. Seems like a great way for tendon damage. Oh, chopping the bottle? That's a difficult party trick. So usually when people do this poorly, they don't really damage their tendons. At most, you're going to get some glass shards. It's unpleasant, but with a little bit of practice, you can get it. And generally, if you're doing enough of your buitanren, the striking surface conditioning, most of your hand is hardened callus anyway, so you'll get away with it just fine. Just make sure to have some hydrogen peroxide available to disinfect it. All that stuff in Amazon shopping format, you were wondering. Are there grenades? Asking for a friend. Grenades are unfortunately classified as destructive devices, so you can't buy those as a civilian. And even if you could, you'd need to pay a $200 tax stamp on those. So we still have some repealing to do, even with SBRs and suppressors being struck off the NFA. I'm not sure I could do the bottleneck trick. It's a fucky little trick. I've snapped 2x4s with a low kick. That's easy enough, especially when you're dumb and stupid, young and dumb. I've broken boards. I've broken natural stones. The bottle was always kind of iffy. That, and I don't really commonly have access to beer bottles. Let's see some of the training. Sending by Amazon is also a no then? Yeah. Unfortunately, Amazon is still not cool enough to actually sell guns. The Chinese are doing a pretty good job of selling some gun parts on Amazon. Optics are fine on Amazon. You can usually buy most stuff. You just need to make sure that it's not fake. Like, I got my EOTech off Amazon. It's a genuine thing. But yeah, Jeff Bezos needs to up his testosterone regiment. He needs to be one of the cool kids. That's Hideo Hiroshima.
Narushima Ryu, 第12回ウエイト制軽量級優勝。身長165センチ、体重70。
160. So what? So yeah, that about checks out. 160 centimeters tall. He's about that right now. So here's the thing. He's in his 20s here. I've trained in his dojo. He still moves just as good, if not better, as a significantly older man. You have a lot of grenades back at home? Well, must be nice. Let's see if there are any matches we can look at. They're doing Yansu. I want to see some sparring. Amazon needs to bring back mail-order guns. They need to bring back mail-order machine guns. Inheritance? Well, you gotta appreciate that stuff. So they're still going relatively soft, and they do have pads on. This is pre-tournament training, so they need to baby the prize fighters a little bit more. Looks like cricket pads. Oh, the ones they're wearing? I don't know what cricket pads look like. God. Okay, let's roll that back. This is Narushima throwing his classic overhand high roundhouse. Look at that leg. This is a lead leg. And now watch how fast he can throw that from essentially point blank range against someone who has a full head of height over him. Whop! He hit that clean. He hit that clean, and he stopped it to not produce any knockout because this is a soft sparring session. Just try to comprehend the physicality required to do that. Whop! Brings the turning kick completely over his head. Cricket pads protect from low, high-speed balls and unexpected strikes from a heavy piece of wood. Understandable.
休む間もなく相手を変えて戦いは続く。
So they're changing opponents to have them work through lots of volume. Starting to guard more. Generally, when you're tired, you're going to focus on doing a little bit more damage with energy conserving moves, so more low kicks. Ah, this is round 15.
4人の選手にかなりの疲労が見られる。だが、相手の攻撃に容赦はない。
Like, are they going 100% force? No, that would be stupid. That's not conducive to training, especially before a tournament. They still hurt like a son of a bitch.
世界大会を前にしたこの過酷な修練に耐える4人のメンバーの姿からは凄まじい決意と意気込みが感じられる。
Very nice. Okay, let's pull up one more video. Let me see. Which one do I want to see? Lots of shit happening. Lots of shit happening. We watched that one. Let's watch the update regarding the deregulation of cans and SBRs.
From Optics Force, and today we're going to tell you the difference between the Vortex Diamondback and Vortex Crossfire optics. If you know anything about Vortex, you know they're a company well known for high-quality optics.
Isn't Vortex also manufactured
by First Form. This
outside
is
of the
a
States?
pro-freedom supplement and nutrition company. And when I think of their products for you, I think of adding value to your life. And there is one product of theirs that I use more frequently than anything else that they make, and that is their meat sticks. They have these in an approximately a 20 gram of protein stick. Think smoked meat. Doesn't need to be refrigerated. Eat it on the go when you get hungry. This channel is sponsored by them. I'm literally doing an ad for them right now, and I purchased these. So what I suggest you do is go down in the pinned comment, use the link that I have listed there. That is an affiliate link. It generates sales for the channel, and let them know that I sent you. Special thanks to First Form for making today's video possible. All right, let's do this.
So they used to make us go to the mosque from 5 to 7 p.m. each night, and the last hour was their idea of physical education. I can see that happening, yeah, especially if it's a tight-knit community. That's a good way of organizing your young men in a way that they have something to do. I think the Chechens do something similar, Chechens and Dagestanis.
This thing. You're watching the VSO Gun Channel, and today,
teacher's idea was to make you wrestle and then give you boxing lessons. That's not the worst thing you can be taught at the mosque. I mean, if recent examples are anything to go by.
We're going to be doing an update video because yesterday I published a video on the Senate.
Made the smallest fight the biggest man. If anything, that's a very good education and a very good practice. Listen, I learned all of my grappling having to fight against people significantly heavier than myself. And even at the time, I was probably something like 180, 170 pounds.
Version of the Big Beautiful Bill, and it contains the short act, which is good. However, I'm just going to call it like I see it. This is very sloppily done, which is kind of par for the course. I mean, let's be real. The House version of the bill was the exact same way, or I would say is the exact same way, because they still didn't get it right before it left the House of Representatives. So remember, started in the House.
Wasn't helpful for school where boys fight. Debatable. I'll tell you why. At least having to grapple with someone bigger makes you understand the principle of grappling better. And then whenever you're when you're returned, you can't put people to sleep in year 8. Hell yeah, you can. I don't see why not. If anything, it's easier. It's less likely that they know how to grapple.
It's going to come to the Senate. The Senate's going to do some stuff. And then it's going to go back to the House. And if the House does even more stuff, then it's going to go back to the Senate, and it's going to go back to the House. You see? So we're liable to be here for a minute. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to take you to the text and show you what's actually written, because it's substantively different than what the House of Representatives did, which means that those two things are going to have to be reconciled.
You learned that that's not allowed? I mean, it's not like there are rules in a school fight. I mean, there are certain sort of understood gentleman-like rules, like, I don't know, not pulling each other's balls or no insistent eye gouging, I guess. But listen, nothing is stopping them. See, the only reason someone would fall asleep is if they refuse to tap. It depends on the school. I don't know. I grew up in schools where fights were relatively normal. And if you get someone into a sleeper and they refuse to tap, that's on them.
So, previous statement, right? This is what the thing actually says. Section 70436, elimination of tax on certain devices. Under the National Firearms Act, a definition of firearm. In general, Section 5845A is amended by striking the first sentence and inserting the following. The term firearm means a machine gun or destructive device. Well, let's go to that U.S. code. Section A, the first sentence. Where is the period in this that denotes a sentence? Right there.
Well, here's the thing, no, Terry. They need to... That's what they did. They are removing basically things under the definition of it. It is a problem of having to work around the wording that exists in the National Firearms Act. You don't like the National Firearms Act, you need to repeal that. You can't do that as part of a budget reconciliation lawmaking process. You need to take that through as a separate standalone law. It's not because you were like the refugee menace, but for you, if you start a fight, be prepared. Yeah.
There at the end. So that means this entire section gets deleted and replaced with machine gun or destructive device. And included in there is a shotgun having barrels 18 inches or less, a shotgun that's been modified, a rifle with barrels of certain inches, a weapon made from a rifle, any other weapon, etc., etc., etc. So select, delete, and replace with firearm definition is machine gun or destructive device for the purposes of the National Firearms Act. Let's move on.
Just challenge the rest of the NFA in court. I don't see an issue.
Modification of treatment of shotguns. Section 5845F is amended by striking except a shotgun or shotgun shells, which the Secretary finds is generally recognized as particularly suitable for sporting purposes, and inserting except shotgun shells and any weapon that is designed to shoot shotgun shells. So if we go to 5845F, that is the destructive device segment.
Okay.
So it basically takes shotguns or any reference to shotguns out of destructive devices. So
it's needlessly complicated. Well, law is usually needlessly complicated because law by its nature has to be exhaustive, because otherwise you're creating openings for challenges and sloppy case law. So, yeah. Also, because of the aforementioned incrementalism and how gun grabbers were trying to legislate our rights away, they had to jump through certain hoops because they understood that trying to just present an upfront gun ban would, A, not pass, B, they would be voted out instantaneously, and C, it would also not stand up to scrutiny in the Supreme Court.
So a shotgun cannot be considered a destructive device. Conforming amendment, section 5811A is amended by striking except the
take all the guns or allow all the guns. This is let's find the middle ground is stupid. Well, it's not stupid. It's not stupid if you're trying to ban guns in a legal context where you have the background of the Second Amendment. Then incrementalism driven by emotional and sort of manufactured panics is your only and most effective tactic, and it's been effective for 90 fucking years. I'll remind you. The NFA has been in place for almost 100 years, and we are finally being rid of it because we have organized, like, the collective zeitgeist has realized that we have been scammed out of things that, you know, we should have easy access to. There is no reason for SBRs to be regulated. And it took the methods of communication between like-minded people to develop to the point where you can, A, be very effective with spreading that message, and B, remain largely pseudonymous while discussing this. So no, incrementalism works if your ultimate goal is to boil the frog.
Transfer tax on any firearm classified as any other weapon.
The point is that a person could have a gun works wonders for society? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Weapon under Section 5845E shall be the rate of $5 for each firearm transferred. So here's Section 5811 that defines the rate, and then here's the section on any other weapon. So the definition of firearm no longer has AOW in it.
Okay.
So the linkage is broken, and the rate is eliminated. So, again, this is a spot that's a little bit sloppy. They should probably just delete. They should just strike all of Section E. But they didn't do that. Effective date, 90 days, just like the other one. Treatment of certain devices determined by reference to National Firearms Act. Section 5841 is amended by adding to the end the following: requirements for short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and any other weapons determined by reference. In the case of any registration or licensing requirement under state or local law with respect to short-barreled rifle, short-barreled shotgun, or any other weapon as defined in Section 5845E, which is determined by reference to the National Firearms Act, any person who acquires or possesses such rifle, shotgun, or other weapon in accordance with Chapter 44 of Title 18 United States Code shall be treated as meeting any such registration or licensing requirement with respect to such rifle, shotgun, or other weapon. So what that is Section 3 of the Hearing Protection Act that prevents the local and state laws that basically say, hey, you're good by us as long as you follow what the feds say. It basically closes that loop. The only problem there is you will notice that silencers or suppressors, both those terms, using them interchangeably here, usually the law says silencer, but you'll notice that
and the patent does also say silencer.
Those terms are conspicuously missing, which is a problem. So basically another amendment will have to be proposed that brings the suppressors into balance with the rest of this. And I think that that is another point of like sloppily done. Like they basically got the framework, they just failed to execute. So again, we're gonna have to keep on top of them. And again, this is an addendum to yesterday's video so you guys understand where we're actually at. So I have selectively edited yesterday's video to put back in the section of AOWs because there was some confusion there. So HPA 1 and 2 in there for all intents and purposes. Short Act in there. Section 3 of the HPA not in there. AOWs in there. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below.
We'll forever be of the opinion that a silencer is some pussy shit, like poison, it's for women. You see, Rag, I can tell that you don't shoot guns on a regular basis. Because I would very much like to not have tinnitus. I really like having, you know, functioning hearing. And being exposed to an explosion happening in front of my face is very bad for that. There's also the added component of if I were to use, how did I know? Well, I can go off of circumstantial evidence. You hate the sound of gunfire. Rag, you know what suppressors do? They remove the fucking sound of gunfire. That's sort of the fucking point. But also in a home defense situation, my home defense rifle is a 5-inch barreled MCX Rattler. Clear out Hollywood, yeah. And it shoots a supersonic 300 Blackout. It's a concussive fucking round. And it creates issues because I don't live alone. I live with my wife. And if I were to shoot a potential home invader with my rifle, unsuppressed, not only am I depriving myself of the situational awareness to listen for other people because I will be concussed and my ears will be ringing, I will also concuss my wife, depriving her of situational awareness where someone has broken into our home. A suppressor removes that entirely. And within the distances of my primary corridor, there's not enough room to produce the supersonic crack. So the initial explosion is my chief concern. See what I mean? Like, there's a very big use case for suppressors. There's a reason, like, there's a reason why the U.S. military issues suppressors now. One guy was like, you've never shot a gun and said, let's go, went outside, shot it into the sky, your ears and heart shook, the neighbors came out. Yeah, that's retarded. That guy is fucking stupid. First of all, don't shoot guns into the air, because if something comes up, it has to eventually come down. And even having lost all of the energy that it has gained from the initial expansion of gases as a product of the cartridge being fired, it's still a lead projectile that is moving very fast at standard G acceleration, which is a lot. What the fuck is wrong? You couldn't have gone to the beach? I mean, you could have, I don't know what your infrastructure for gun ranges is, but I assume there's open space with berms that are safe enough to use for that purpose. Okay, we're going to change that category. I want to play some Gray Zone. We've done enough pussyfooting around. Actually, let me stop you there for a moment. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we're going to go into Gray Zone. Before we do so, let me make sure that I kill all of the excess stuff that's happening. I probably don't need my Discord for this. Let's shut that off. Deserts and the beach, but yeah. You weren't going to shoot random bullets? Well, the problem isn't in the random bullets. It's a question of the gun itself. It's a question of, like, the people that are around you. I understand, like, I have someone who's very skittish about, you know, guns being used in the, using guns in the presence of other people. Like, they don't trust other people to observe good gun safety. And I get that. People are fucking stupid. Like, on average, they just are. They're not, here's the thing, they're even more... I have to type in my password, and I need to spell it out for myself. The average person is a midwit. That's sort of the definition of it. The intellectual majority are midwits, or less so. And you need to understand that the midwits are excessively self-confident. Because they are self-confident, they're not smart enough to know better. They're very flagrant with gun safety. Didn't have gun ranges, so you're right there. Had a beach and desert? Well, beach and desert also works, but also don't shoot into the fucking air, okay? I'm gonna send you to BRB. You know what? Let's stop the background music. I don't want the background music to play. Y'all just wait here and look at the scenery. I'll go take a quick bathroom break. Y'all feel free to do the same. Refill your drinks, and I'll be right back. Thank you for the tea redeem. I'll set the tea to brew. All right, we are back. Let me pop y'all out of the BRB screen. You probably want the game to capture as well, don't you? Let's hide this. Yeah, there you go. It's already capturing. So, let's see if we can load in relatively safely. I'm going to have to do some how-tos because apparently you'll have some tea. What kind of tea do you have access to there? I'd love to know. We're currently enjoying a Shenpuer. It's not great, it's middling, but I got it essentially for free, so I'm fine with that. And we're gonna let the shaders shit the bed a little bit. Give it a second, give it a second. I wonder if, let me try to output, where is my encoder presetting? I wonder if this is going to do anything. Let's apply this here and see. Basic Yorkshire tea. Man, I don't know what a Yorkshire tea is. I was not aware that tea grows in Yorkshire. Alright. Oh, son of a bitch. It mostly works. Alright, what do we have for tasks, though? Should we spend the time to... You know what I want to do? I want to see if Vulture spawned. Wonder if this is gonna work better. What's a vulture and can I have his stuff? If you pay enough money, you can. Oh, the props work very unfortunately with this model. Okay. We're just gonna hide that. Hey there, it's been a while since I used this model. Son of a bitch. It seems to work better. Okay, it's also picking up my... Oh, it's picking up my tea kettle working. He did colonize India, the British part. The British part of we, the royal we. Listen, I maintain that India could have used at least another 100 years of colonial rule before you should have left. But Vulture is a rare vendor that only spawns in certain combat outposts, and he sells loot that was lost by people dying. So, a very interesting vendor, a very good source of unique loot. So what we're going to do is... Actually, you know what? I want to build out that Mark 18 that I was shooting ropes over. We're going to buy this DDM4. We're going to buy a... Sounds pretty good way to get a suppressor. No, Terry, the fastest way to get a suppressor is to get Gunny to like level 3. Or, never mind, to level 2 actually. Like he gets this QD suppressor very early on, and a lot of the tasks also give you an MP5 SD. Like there are significantly easier ways of getting a suppressor. Alright. Do I want to cannibalize this? I probably do, question mark? Ah, fuck it, let's not waste time. I'll do that on my own time. Really, no room? Yeah, there's probably no room. Just a second, let me make some room. I was playing around with some residuals last night. Alright, there we go. seeing them online 100 years might be better. Yeah. See, the longer you look at the history of a lot of the decolonized places, quote unquote. Oh, no, Terry, let me show you some. Check this out. This is my new sidearm. A suppressed Beretta M9 with a 30-round stick magazine and a laser. I need to get that shit off my desk. You know what? I also probably... Yeah, I want to change my sensitivity slightly. Alright, we're gonna fly out to Echo 1. We're gonna set a waypoint over here. We're gonna call transport. But yeah, no, Terry, you can get suppressors way earlier than what you're describing. Just do the tasks, man. Like, the only thing you need to do is mostly stick to nighttime, and be careful where you go. Like, suppress any kind of audio that you want to listen to in the background. This is not that kind of game. Well, holy damn, the game actually works. I'm blown away by it. Alright, we're gonna get some stuttering when we're loading in. That's understandable. The chopper is always like that. I should bring my audio down. What did I do to fix it? I've removed everything that was generating fake frames or fake upscalers or sharpness or hyper resolution. Just all of the NVIDIA bloat, basically. I only have DLSS for anti-aliasing. What are those anyway? It's your GPU wasting resources, attempting to squeeze a superficially prettier picture for you. Like, upscaling is dog shit. Upscaling is a crutch for people who are bad at working the engine. Not saying that the devs are bad at working the engine. I'm saying that it's made for people who work in AAA companies who are bad at using the toolset they are given. You mean like a list? Graphics. Advanced. DLSS is the most resource sparing if you're on an NVIDIA, FSR if you're on an AMD card. DLSS frame generation off because fake frames do not help you. Super resolution off. Sharpness off. NVIDIA low latency on because you want good reaction times. Frame generation off. And variable shading sets of performance. That's what I did, and I also murdered all of my settings. Did I take ammo? I did take some ammo. Okay, I usually forget to do that. I just switched to Chibi mode while we were having this conversation. Yes, FSR off. Did I pick the wrong LZ? No, I didn't. Okay. Yes, FSR is only for AMD cards. DLSS if you're on an NVIDIA card. I don't know what it's going to do. It's probably still going to attempt to do it because some of the support for FSR is organic. No, you're not dumb, Rag. I don't know why you would say that about yourself. I just hear someone crack off a fucking shot. Yes, I did. I guess someone's hunting nearby. Maybe another PMC. We're gonna go and stick to the trees. Checking down the list. Fuck caps lock. Now, Terry, what kind of graphics card are you running? I need to bring the volume up so that I'm not jumped by the AI. Okay, so you're a 6800 XT, then so it's an AMD card. Well, then you need to stick to FSR because FSR is your native upscaling method. Just a moment. All right. Frame generation off, sharpness off, super resolution off. Yes. Like everything that's not related to improving performance, that goes off. Granted, you may not need to do that because I can run this game on better settings. Unfortunately, I run OBS and a 3D model that's rendering in Unity at all times. I also forgot to remove my HUD there. Boop. There we go. They're promising some technical improvements in the next patch that's dropping tomorrow, I think. Yeah, test it, man. Again, I am subjecting my PC to cruel and unusual treatment by the fact that I am a VTuber. You get why am I addicted to this game? We haven't even gotten to the good parts. Why am I addicted to this game? Tell me. We're not even in the most impressive part of the gameplay. There's prep, thought, and night vision. Well, first of all, it's not all night vision. Like, during the day, night vision isn't a lot of help. But at night, yes. It very much emphasizes the fact that seeing in the dark is a superpower, and you are faced off against human beings who really don't want to die. So they will go hunting for you if they are aware of your existence. Alright. Anything good over here? Ah, it's already been cleaned out. Fair enough. Vulture! Hell yeah, he spawned, finally. What you got there, big man? Lots of AK slop. Oh, ho, ho, what are you? What is this? 20-inch barrel, hell yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Instant buy, instant buy. Clean up space however you need. Move this out of the way. I am buying this. I am buying this. 20-inch DMR. Hell the fuck yes. I started to remind you of the Song of the Forest 2. Sons of the Forest 2 without the night vision and loot. I looked at Sons of the Forest, and I can't say I'm terribly impressed. What else do you have for me, old man? An MP5 SD. What is that can? Okay, a Banish 45 suppressor. I have one of those. Not a lot of sense in buying this. Like, even for the extra can, not really sexy. Sights, 1911 sights. What is this? Z15 Citadel cover strip. Sounds like an AK part. I don't want it. A Ranger green helmet. I do kind of like my UN helmet. I've grown attached to it. So I'm gonna probably keep it. Fast mill. 3A+, and this is also 3A+. Enjoyable, probably. Worth your time? No. I've played the original Forest. I kind of had fun with it. Like, I can't say bad things about it. Belts. People got killed a shit ton. Ratnik grip. Is that an AK grip? Holy shit. Archangel AK series pistol grip. God, imagine running AKs. So cringe. Mosin mags. They have SVD mags, maybe. AK-54, 545 mags, 545, AKP mags, stand mags. I can just buy these from Gunny. I don't need these. Type 51, Glock 17, M590. Those are common loot. Okay, so nothing else, but we did get a fine-ass DMR. Let me see what we're working with here. Gigantic magazine. You know what? I probably don't even agree with needing that big of a magazine, if I'm being real. Like 60 shots in a sniper rifle? I don't know about that. Not really something I'm willing to rock with. So we're gonna unload this. Full metal jackets, really? Okay, if you say so. I'm gonna move this to... Where is my MCX? I could probably sell him this, because I have access to better MP5 SDs at this point. Vendor, Vulture... Really? He doesn't accept those. Well, fine, I'll sell it to Banshee. Because Gunny... Yeah, Gunny sells better MP5 SDs at this point, and he sells regular ones too. For like 10 grand, I don't mind. Just take it. Alright, so we're going to stow this away because I'm less likely to... No, we're going to stow the other one away. I'm going to stow this away, we're going to free up some space. I'm going to sell the FMJ ammo. You don't keep Russian stuff, except when you found an AK-74, you had stuff to put it in. I think you'll hold on to that. Listen, I hate the Soviet slop. I wholeheartedly despise it. You don't have to play the way I play. Alright, let's see. Why would you need all of this shit? Like I can see why you died. It sounds mean, but that's an over-equipped rifle if I've ever seen one. Let's see. What is the suppressor that you were running? That's a charging... Oh, that's a nice charging handle, actually. Reload speed plus 5.9. Okay, so we're going to strip it for parts, because I don't really want the core of it. So I'm talking about both in real life and in game. I genuinely fucking, I hate AK slop. I just do not suffer the AK slop. Okay, we're running the same suppressor, so I can just... can I just take the barrel off of this one, then? Just a second. Upper... Oh, it has a nice butt pad on it. Nice. Nylon stock. Recoil mitigation. Oh, that's some sexy recoil mitigation. Not great for ergos. Okay, so this is a better stock. Noted. I'm just going to strip it down for parts. See, the thing with AKs is that AKs only make sense when they rely on certain infrastructure, or rather lack thereof. AKs make sense to run in most parts of the world that aren't America. If you run an AK in America, you're making a deliberate choice to decrease your quality of life. Voodoo 126. My scope is better. I will be keeping that. Thank you very much. 20-inch barrel. Please and thank you. I do kind of like the accessory rail. It is a Daniel defense rail. Okay. Like, all of the extra shit on it, I'm gonna take off, because I like that particular module, but I don't like the way you set it up. So I'm just gonna take this entire thing off, please and thank you. The torque grip is good. We're gonna take that. 30mm rings, we're gonna take those. Okay, micro rear sights, don't care. M4 upper, oh yeah, and the charging handle, we're taking that. Alright, I don't need everything else. I will, and we're keeping that. May you interest me in a circa 1970 Kalashnikov? Absolutely fucking not. Let me finish kitting this out, and I will explain the reason for my hate boner for the AK platform, okay? I promise I will try to be as exhaustive as possible. Do I want to part with any of this? I don't know. Hey, we have a better optic. We have the same grip. We have the same mount. So we're going to move this. And put this here. Suppressor's seen better days. We're going to take it off. Along with the muzzle device, actually. Alright. So, the thing with AKs is that they are built with tolerances that are made for Soviet manufacturing. And they are designed and built on those tolerances, meaning that they are extreme tolerances that also have an unfortunate capacity to stack. That already diminishes your long-range accuracy. The majority of AKs are chambered in 7.62x39, which is a bad round that does not perform well at any significant distance. It does not perform well against armor. There's generally not much it does well, is what I'm going to say. Alright, just a second. This is attached to... oh, okay, it's all pick rails as well, so we can cut down on the M-lock adapters we need to use. Good. Where are you? M-lock... Where are you seated? Rather, let me take a look at this. Alright, the light is on the left rail. No, that's the right rail. Alright. No, definitely not a Makarov. The handguns are even worse. Like, I'm not even memeing at this point. Legitimately, I'm gonna keep the iron sights because I think it's good best practice to keep those on. I'm gonna keep all of these here. There isn't a Walmart section for firearms in Mogadishu, spoiled American man. Well, that's the thing. Again, that's why I said, outside of the US, running an AK is actually viable. What is this? Surefire BIRC. Flashlight laser. Infrared LED and infrared laser features. But I already have that on the this. This thing already does all of those things. Why would I need to double up? Flashlight is sufficient. This also has a visible laser, so I'm not going to overload it. Okay. So now we're going to remove this. And we're going to... Where's the new rail? There it is. Hell yeah, new rail. Nice. Sexy. I like it. We're going to pull this out. This in. Oh, because the modified version requires more space than is available. That's not a problem. I'll just move it to my inventory. It's already... Oh, I'm adding it to the wrong thing. There you go. And when you're not being stupid, the game works as intended. We're going to move that over here, along with that. That's good. How's the gas system feeling on this? It's a little bit less wear and tear on this one, so I may as well replace that. So AKs, and generally the platform of choice that you're going to use, is better informed by what you have access to in terms of parts, in terms of your readily available ammo, and things of that nature. So when we're talking about AKs perform best where where your primary source of ammo are spam cans that were left by the Soviets somewhere deep in the mountains. If we're in America and your most readily available parts are AR parts, and AR parts being exactly standardized to mil-spec, and parts manufactured by different companies fitting together flush, it makes more sense for you to run an AR because you're going to get a better quality of life off of using that AR. You're going to be able to tailor that AR closer to your particular use case, and you're generally not going to suffer from a shortage of parts and or common ammo, because the most common calibers here are 223 and 5.56, not 7.62 by 39. That being said, the AR, just in terms of its engineering and its flexibility, is still a superior platform, because I can build out my AR to be essentially anything. I can build it out to be a PDW, like a Mark 18. I can build it out to be a DMR, like I'm currently doing right now and like I'm doing in real life, because of the flexibility that is offered to me by the Armalite platform. And with the tolerances that they're usually that the good ones are manufactured with, it can still function as a very competent long-range shooting rifle. Can I buy a new nylon stock if I felt like it? Regarding the AR being what I use in the US versus anything else, reminds you of why we can pull that off. We're not a nation of smiths or merchants or conquerors or artisans or architects. We're a nation of hunters and smugglers who see the rest of the world as a problem to flee. So we know how to move shit around, and when you start from logistics, it's a massive advantage. Long range, not with your shooting. Well, see, maybe your shooting is just fine, and it's the AK that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to sort of to sort of enunciate here. Maybe you're not that bad of a shot. I'm gonna buy a shitty grip just to slap on it, just because it's funny. I want to sell a ready-made rifle back to... I'm gonna sell it to Banshee, I think. Just gonna make my money back in all of this shit that I don't need. Or I can give it to Notary. Notary, do you want a rifle? I can build it up to be reasonably good and hand it off to you. Really good with a pistol? See? I think it's the AK. Because AKs are built with... The AK is iffy. Well, yes. You like rifles? Are you in game right now? I see you in game right now. You're on a mission. Okay, I'm not gonna sell this off. Just specialty for you. Special for you. You're gonna have to figure out what you're putting on it. I'm not gonna do that for you. What are you missing in terms of parts? You're missing a charging handle. It's going to be a little bare bones, but it's going to be suppressed. I expect you to be an adult and find your own, okay? Here's a night vision compatible. You know what? Let's give you a T1. It's also night vision compatible. Hollow Sun Mount. Oh, you know what? Let's go classic. I'm going to give you an ACOG. I think I had a spare somewhere. Get a light. Needs some kind of grip. Get you a grip. I'm really selling this game. You already done your game purchases for a month? Well, for one, it costs less than most AAA slop. I think it's $40. I am not telling you to make any irresponsible purchasing decisions. I waited a hell of a long time to buy this game. I just happen to like it very much. I think I had some stand mags, I think. I'm not sure. Inspect? Fuck it, I'll give you some green tip, why not? Alright, let's see what we're working with. Flashlight, check. You're gonna need an IR laser. Let me give you an IR laser. Just remember, I'm not always going to be there to handhold you. ADE laser, CQBL laser. You know what? Sorry, no Terry. You know what? You're a big boy. You're gonna have to buy your own. It's becoming a little bit costly. You might have misread a task. Many such cases. Oh, you know what? This already comes with the laser. There you go. Oh, did I slap the wrong... Oh, this is the wrong charging handle. My bad. Oh, this is the same charging handle. Never mind, you can have this one. What's it worth? Money dollar value? $1,300. What is this? Oh, that's an M-lock. No. Listen, I'm not gonna fleece you for anything. I know you have nothing. That sounded mean, but I've also seen the way you run this game. Alright, I can just sell this. 3 log ads. Oh, okay, this one goes with an MP5. Ever seen the movie Death Sentence? That's such a generic ass name. No, I have not seen the movie Death Sentence. Mod grip. That's probably a better grip than the one I just stripped off of this. Yeah, the gun building is very good. Yeah, go right ahead. Attend to your duties, Rag. Do not let me hold you. Thank you for dropping by. Your company is always appreciated. Yeah, take it easy, man. CQBL1. I actually want to replace this with this. The CQBL1 is a better module. Oh, this goes here. Nice. Okay, so the torque grip. Yeah, see you around. Thank you for checking in, man. Alright, I am ready to give you the pittance of this rifle. Are you in the same server as I am? Knowing our luck, you are probably not. And I am not going to redeploy just to give you stuff. Of course not. Okay, so if you want it, I don't really have business in this part of the world, so I'm gonna go back to Echo, and I'm gonna exfil, go to base camp, and then I'm gonna squat up so that you can join on me. Sounds good? I was about to say, and I'm gonna hand off your poverty rifle, but this is a nice fucking rifle. I am foregoing a nice chunk of change for you, and I hope you appreciate that. It has an ACOG and shit, it has a nice grip on it. Still not sure I want to give you this. What does this cost? Gunny, what say you? $71 versus the IR module. Nah, you can have it. You can have it. Alrighty then. Oh, that is such a sexy gun. Holy smoke. Oh, I can't see shit in my night vision, but that is so good. They're adding illuminated sights too, by the way. So this is a vortex sight. This is going to be illuminated. 20 zoom. I can snipe people in the eye with this. From like half a mile away. It's also heavy as hell. The ergos are not great. I'm gonna need to think about how to improve the ergonomics on this. Maybe less emphasis on managing recoil, more emphasis on the ergonomics. 6%, 5%, 1%. There's a big ass ugly Magpul grip. Do I still have it or not? Ergo's minus 12. Ergo's minus 6. Angled foregrip. Ergo's -2, never mind. Your Strike 2 Eagle has 300 illum settings, and yes, it's heavy. Weight is a bitch problem for small noodly men. Correct. No lie detected. Okay, let's slap it into my inventory because there's no use for this rifle at night. Yeah, I think I'm good to go. I'm gonna just go and catch a bird. Let's see if anyone ate shit and Vulture has some new stuff. No? All good? Hydra Shock. Hydra Shock 9mm, you say? Accuracy. Oh, that's 45 ACP. Never mind. Never mind. Full metal jacket. Yeah. Probably not. Probably not. Alright then. I'm heading back to base camp. I can't wait to take this little rifle out for a little hunt. We'll stick to the forest because I don't want to walk around in the open. Someone's scooting around at the sawmill there. Okay, we're on a full mag. It would be so funny if they added a safe mode. That would be hilarious. You switch between your firing modes, you forgot that you left your rifle on safe. What did you forget to ask? What do I do with the mortar round? Let me show you. So you open up your map. You go to mortar. You right-click, and you request a mortar round on a specified location. I've never used these, because I don't really need artillery support for most of the things I do. I would like a... there you go, an IR light. The thing is, how accurately can you drop them? Because they don't really give a lot. I think I've used it like once in Blue Lagoon, and that's about it. Nah, there's not a lot of splashback from it. It's not really that bad. All right.
Raven dispatch, moving to Echo 1. This is Raven, arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
All right, we're gonna wait for our bird to fly in. I'm really liking the fact that, you know, at least some of Venian is working, even though I have to go with the significantly gimped model compared to the normal one. I guess I have to remake a more up-to-date chibi, because this is a very old design. There's very little splash damage. Oh, I was a little bit off.
10 seconds.
Listen, as long as you're not calling it in on your location, you should be fine. You still have the video? A video of what? Oh, you've seen those get dumped. I see what you mean. Well, you post it in the Discord. I'll watch it eventually. National Guard showing their nod this weekend warriors to a Somalian AQ. Lovely. Yeah, post it. It is midnight. It's a good time to go hunting. Question is, where do I want to go hunt? Alright, Notary, join the server on the squad. I'm gonna hand you off the rifle and send you on your merry way. Make sure not to lose this one. I'm gonna stand over here by the pool. Damn, ACOGs are nice. Should I be running an ACOG instead of the EOTech that I'm using? I'm using it mostly for CQB, so... Now let me know when you're in. Position 1 in queue? There aren't that many people on the server. Never mind, there are a lot of people. If you're having trouble joining on me, then I can change servers, actually. I got what I wanted. Alright, let me hop off. Just a second. Let me exfil. Let's find a fresher server. There's also an issue with heavily populated servers. Are you ready up? Squad not fully ready. I need to ready up. Okay, you are ready. Begin deployment. So apparently, the difficulty, including the HP of the enemies, scales off of the number of people in a given server. So the more people in a server, it assumes that you can team up with people. And things like shots inter mass start taking significantly less effect. I don't like that. I think when you shoot people, they should die. But that's just me. Alright, Notary, where are you? Alright, you're somewhere behind me. There you are. Hello. Double check that this is the right gun. Yes, this is the right gun. Alright, there's your gun. Hey there, Patchwork. In the words of Trudeau, if you kill your enemy, they win. I'm pretty sure that Trudeau is not based enough to quote anime. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. How are you doing, Patchwork? Let me show you the fucking beauty that we just built. Look at this. Look at this absolute unit of a gun. 20-inch barrel AR. Daniel Defense quad rail. Whatever the fuck kind of optic we have on it. A Voodoo 5-25 optic. New Magpul furniture. Still shoots single MOA groups. I maintain that the way I built it, it should shoot sub MOA groups. How does this optic work? You just zoom in and you aim down the optic as you would with the with an EOTech. Looks like a honeycomb. That's because you're wearing nods. It doesn't work with nods. Do you want a nod-compatible optic? I'm pretty sure I gave you one. You have one? Yeah, you can just slap it on there. Oh, it had the wrong picture there. That's funny. But yeah, they don't... Nightbot had... Who the fuck are you, Excellent 22? Who the fuck are you? Message deleted. What was that? Oh, sorry, you're a bot. Yeah. To the cum dimension you go. Let me hydrate real quick. But yeah, Patches, as you can see, we got the model to run. Well, at least, you know, a version of the model, but I think it's better than the PNG. Gives me a little bit more reason to sit down and make a Chibified version of the updated model with like better blend shapes and the plate carrier. Why, thank you. It took a little bit of effort, and I'm hoping it's not going to shit the bed. Alright, so we're gonna put this away until daytime. We're going back to our M4. We need to look at our tasks because we have a shit ton of tasks that I'm not doing. NLR, whatever the fuck that's called. We're gonna go and do those. The first checkpoint is over here. We're going to see if there's a piece of intel that we're looking for. We can try to take over Arsenal. I would prefer to not push solo. I mean, it is night, so we can try. Let me make sure that... This is FMJ, this is... good. This is not green tip. 762 by 51, this is the wrong caliber. Soft point... Did I already run out? I am gonna burn through all of my money this way. Gunny... Just a little bit. Just a little bit off the top, okay? There we go. Alright, we have 3... Oh, we're set up for a DMR. No wonder we have some excess carry capacity here. Green tip. Trying to figure out how to stick the T2 on it. You need a hollow sunriser. Also known as the HS riser. Grenades. I'm going to keep the grenades as is. I don't think I need any more. Alright, let's go. We're good for food. We're good for water. Let's move out.
Raven, wheels up for base camp. Wildcat is secured and fully under our control.
Lovely. Let's see if we can't cheese the strong point, the combat point, the combat outpost.
Raven on station, ready to pick you up.
Because I do like having access to Arsenal.
Strap in, we're heading out.
A lot of fucking people, though. I'm probably going to do a dedicated Blender stream where I'm going to just make a chibi model. I'm going to use this one for scale, or just make a brand new one. It does kind of look like an Android, doesn't it? One day, chat. For the record, you learned something. Okay, what did you learn? Regale us with your knowledge. When a chopper comes down for a squad, it's not green and solo, it's blue again. Aha! Well, mine was green. I mean, you also have a countdown timer on your HUD, so it's easy to tell when it's your chopper or not. Alright. I'm not going to bother with Blue Lagoon, because Blue Lagoon is a lot of work. Not work that I want to do. So, we're going to clean up the road. There don't seem to be any patrols here. I'm going to crank the volume up slightly, because I like to hear what's going on. Okay, I see the combat outpost. We're alone here, right? Yeah, we're alone. Creep in a little closer because it's a little far for me to make those shots with the Neotech. Okay, that's 2 down. Let's reload. Top off my mag. With how sound proliferation works here, no one could tell where it's coming from. I'm not going to look in chat because I need to capture this first. Was there only up? Going to walk very carefully.
Objective secured.
Hell
Arsenal
yeah.
is under our control.
Alright, now we can loot with impunity. Tuna, Soviet slop. Money, money please. We like money. Love the fact that I have my big assault capacity backpack. Oh, I got him in the thigh. Well, Happens to the best of us. I don't like those tourniquets, but I'll sell it off since I'm at base camp anyway. Alright, where was the other guy I killed? Choco bar, we take those. Move that here, move that here. Oh, that's all she wrote. Okay then. Let's quickly sell this off. Okay. Oh, I don't have a lot of room to do this. Let's put this here, this goes here. Slap this over here. Oh, that Mosin ain't gonna fit. Okay. Put this here. Vendor, Banshee, pop, 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 pop. I need to level Banshee because I need 300 blackouts. Alright. Someone got up into the mountain like 180, 102. They're lasing a box at the LZ. It's a 30-degree angle. 180, 102. 180, 102. 180, 102. Wait, what? 180. Huh. Interesting. Well, I guess you can go there. I don't see why, but you can. I'm gonna sell this off. We're gonna eat this. Let's sell off the fucking Soviet slop ones. Unload, because I need this for the Dragunov rifle. Oh, really? The cooler is full? Oh, no, that's a hypostem. Okay, I guess we still need to level Gunny. He's at level 3 and 4 is where he tops out. Kind of forgot about that. I was under the incorrect impression that I had him maxed out based on all of the good stuff that he's carrying. Right, single-use tourniquet. Add our money over here. I don't really need this extra torque grip. I'm not catching up with chat. Alright. So, by the way, apparently, by default, you're not supposed to be able to buy 9mm suppressors. I don't know if it's an oversight or if it's just, they think that they're controlling for that with the price, but if you just buy an MP5, not the SD variant, the regular variant with the T-grip, you can just take this suppressor, slap it onto a 9mm handgun, and you'll be none the wiser. And that's what I'm currently running with the Beretta. Not sure if that's an exploit, but I'm not going to argue with that. Alright. We can continue onward to the checkpoint that we wanted to hit. We need to be aware of this. Standardized thread? Yes, fortunately, there's not a differentiation of thread pitches. Some of the suppressors are persnickety in the type of muzzle devices they want to work with. So, for example, let me see. There is a particular suppressor that I've had issues with. So this Banish 45 suppressor, Silencer Co., by the way, a company we no longer like. Suppress 9 M9 is pretty aesthetic, so who cares? I mean, the devs don't care. I asked Ricky today. She doesn't think that's an exploit, so hopefully that's not going to get patched. So this is supposed to be a suppressor that goes all the way between 22 LR from 45 ACP. I don't have anything in 45 ACP. I would like to have a Mark 24. That's besides the point. This only fits an MP5 Trilug. And I Like, only the MP5s, take the MP5 Trilug. But yeah, this is aesthetic as hell. It just needs a red dot, and it would be perfect. Why did I buy this? What was the purpose of buying this? Sold it back to Gunny. Alright, we have our map. We have our loadout. We have our ammo. We've eaten. We've drank. So we're going to find the road, and we're going to follow the road. Well, remember, kids, you never go on the road, you go along the road. Because the purpose of following the road is for people to know where to expect you. And we want to be near where people are expecting us to be. Preferably at a distance where we can take pot shots at them. Am I on a full mag? I am not on a full mag. Unacceptable. Okay, we're preparing to breach into the road, so we're going to manage our noise production. I've been good. Thought I heard a footstep. That is a body. Whose body is that? Oh, I know whose body is that. That's not a body that I want to go check. I see a patrol walking over there. It's funny how the IR laser is actually more useful than the EOTech for anything approximating precise aim. Brisk reload. Take this until I find something better. Take his cash. Cash always goes into the lockbox. IR laser at close range is basically cheating. I mean, so is the T1. Alright, I see a body over there. There's usually some interlopers inside of the hut. Persistent little motherfucker, aren't you? Alright, he's down. There can be, and probably are, more inside of the hut, so we're gonna cut into IRL especially, yeah. Cannot get over the fidelity of this game. Sound is making you twitch so bad. And you don't even hear the supersonic cracks, because the rounds aren't coming at you as they're piercing the sound barrier. Okay, I think I got most, if not all of them. I'm going to wait for any stragglers to sound off. Oh, I'm dropping this. Love me a little loner secondary. Probably one of the best ways of farming money in this game is just collecting the 590s you come across. Because a lot of the NPCs have them. They'll do good work for you while you're carrying them around. Come on, come on, come on. Move, 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 move. And then you can sell them off for a pretty penny. Wins all around. Good old war economy, kill guy, sell gun. Gun makes its way back into circulation, repeat. Yep. I mean, you can kill some more guys with the gun that you got off of the initial guy. I'm going to demo a way to solo Sawmill when it gets a little bit lighter. Actually, it's almost 4 a.m., so we're gonna have to pull back on the night shenanigans either way. I took my sweet time clearing off that, combat outpost. I was a little indulgent. Alright, let me lean into the screen. This place usually has some okay loot. Just need to be careful to not set them off prematurely. Not seeing anyone yet. Up, I see one. Well, I guess he didn't have any plates around his balls. Like, at range, shoot them in the dick. High velocity cup check? Yeah. I wouldn't recommend shooting in the dick at, you know, its typical self-defense distances. Ambush distances, however, that's probably optimal. Because A, they never have plates on their balls. I think there's like a high tier. Oh, hell yeah. That's the file that I came looking for. Fantastic. Now I just need to not lose it. Okay, it's in my safe box. Let me loot this bozo real quick. I will take that, please and thank you. I will take your magazine too, because I can. Scorpion backpack. Let's do this. Save some space. There we go. That doesn't fit anywhere. And I can still take this. Nice. Anything else? Medical bag has some gauze. Anything inside? No. Okay. Medical hard case. Maybe ammo? No? Well, okay then. Let's head back. Is it bad that one of your favorite pieces of media from July 10th, 2024? Wait, what? Because it has two green headband boys getting reality checked in first person by unseen IDF member? No, that's okay. It's nice to enjoy some good CQB. We're gonna head towards Arsenal, just because it's our best bet at offloading the... Okay, so it's light enough to see us, but we better keep nods on. Just gonna give that hut a little bit of a wide berth. You know nothing about the base camps? I wouldn't recommend attempting them solo. The base principle is, base camps will have an upward of 3 NPCs guarding them. Once you kill the NPCs, you can capture them. Base camps give you access to your stash and to vendors, and to a safe exfil. So for example, right now on the map, if I were to end the game here, I wouldn't need to fly all the way, I wouldn't need to walk all the way back to an LZ and then fly to base camp. I can just go to this supplementary outpost and just exfil there. Should have been going there to retrieve your shit. That's one way to do it, yes. Yes, out of the road. Thank you for reminding me, Crespian. It is interesting how the deep bush is the safest place to be in this game. I'm sure the developers will find a way to address that someday. Hopefully we won't be suffering just incidental bleeds for trying to go through the bush. That would be needlessly mean and asinine. Alright, we are at base camp. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to check around for loot, because sometimes base camps will have an equipment box that you can loot. This one doesn't seem to have one, though. Usually the bigger ones. And there's some nice loot, and people forget to check it. Less likely to get shot if you enjoy the traditional hygiene habits of the Japanese women? Huh? That's a very roundabout way to say, to make a very crude joke. I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this to the class. Huh? Wait, am I not within bounds? There we go. Oh, deep bush is safer. Okay. Very, very haha funny. Offload this, offload this. Okay, it has nothing else inside. Vendors, Gunny. I need to level Banshee. I'm sorry, Gunny. You have missions and he doesn't. Well, this is a bit of a predicament. Unless I just offload everything from this bag into that bag. And okay, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna do this. Transfer all of this shit over here. I don't know why I keep carrying these jacketed hollow point 45s. I don't even use these. Some gauze, got some tourniquets, vendors, handshake. 60 bucks is 60 bucks. And we just place it back where we found it. Fantastic. Strap this here. This goes here. Vendors, Banshee. 300 bucks. Nice. Okay, it's getting light. Took you until yesterday to realize you can fit more medical supplies in your safe lock if you use MFAX. Well, the more you know. I don't like carrying them like that. I prefer to use my safe box for keys and money. You do you. Artisan. Yeah, more tax for me, bitch. Retrieve the list of evacuees from the UNLRA camp in Tiger Bay. Absolutely fucking not. No way. I saw 3 people who are better at this game than me wipe in the most embarrassing fashion yesterday in Tiger Camp. In Tiger Bay. Little did we know when the CCR sang "Run Through the Jungle," it wasn't about Vietnam. Haha, got him. Oh, I'm definitely not going to Tiger Bay. Definitely not solo. Absolutely fucking not. Why is Artisan such an unfucked cunt? Well, because she's not touched an adult-sized dick in the last 10 years. Listen, it does things to women. Okay, let's see what we're working with here. Oh, I forgot to offload this. I'm kind of hurting for ammo. You know what? I have access to a proper gun now. Why am I even bothering to hold on to the Soviet slop? Like, it's not even remotely worth it. There, and I freed up some space as well. Her backstory is that you are invaders in her country, and that's why she's angry at you. To which I say, skill issue. You know what? This is better suited. Oh, I already had one of those. Never mind. There's your. Bitch, you like the local thugs or what? One of her missions is to sell privileged information, not even sell, to just leak privileged information to one of the local militias. It's a stupid task, and I didn't take it. Solve your own problems, then? Listen, she does pay. Some of the things she has in her task prizes are nice things. I'm not gonna argue with that. She, however, is a bitch. Soft point. I need to probably sell off the soft point. I'm not using it. I did not just spend all of the money I made on ammo. Why is this game so realistic? Alright, let's move to NLZ and exfil. People like that give you a big rubbery one? I'm not sure what you mean. Whatever do you mean, Notary? Please explain to the class. Spell it out for us. In big, girthy American letters. They displease you immensely. You wish them well. I see. You don't. You wish them ill. Understandable. I didn't realize I still had more Gunny to level up. I've been neglecting him in favor of Banshee. Because Banshee does have better loot. Oh damn, I forgot to accept my drop there. Yeah, and I don't have the room for it. Understandable. Where's the doctor's office in Namthaven? I don't remember. I'm being completely honest with you. It's somewhere deep in town near the market. The only time I've been to the doctor's office, I have a number of keys for that. But the thing is, Tifrit brought me there, and I think I died a bunch too, so I never remembered where it was. Like, there's good shit there. The doctor's office has a door that's a loot room, and it refreshes ever so often, and you can get some good kit there. I primarily want to be able to raid Blue Lagoon, but not something that I'm able to do at 5 a.m. in the morning. Because it's light enough that they can see me, and the distances there are not such that I can snipe with impunity. Unless people are already cleaning out, which I don't think they are. Yeah, no one's been here yet, so Blue Lagoon is still chock full of bad guys, and I don't want that. I don't want none of that. That, by the way, is a strip club. Damn, 2 whole bodies. I could have taken some pot shots. Okay, let's see what we're doing for tasks. YBL 1. There are more YBL tasks. Find the underground passage from YBL 1 to Fort Nerith. No, thank you. Disconnect the filtration system. Search YBL 1. Uncover what happened to Long Long. That's definitely a name. YBL is probably full of enemies. I'm gonna have to do that with Razor. Deep waters. I just need to kill one guy. Alright, let me quickly retool my kit. Sorry. Alright, I need to make some room. Let me do this. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Accept. Oh, it still doesn't fit. Okay, then. How do we do this? Let's move this gun out. This one goes to my inventory. This goes here. Now we accept. Okay, that's a big backpack. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna unload everything from over here because it's a small backpack. And move it into the bigger backpack. I got so much extra shit, way more than I need. Vendors, take this. Character, take this. Move you into the corner. Okay. And this I'm just going to sell because I don't... I might need some replacement parts, actually. Let me hold this. Let me hold this. We're gonna perform some surgeries real quick. 90. Okay, so this one, I just need the buffer tube. I'll remove the nylon stock. Remove this. Remove the buffer tube. This is the full health buffer tube. We're going to slap that over here. Put our MOA stock back. Put this here. Put this here. M4 upper. Do I want to strip the entire upper? I kind of do. Okay. This is... I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to suffer some autism here. I apologize. So what we're going to do is this at 100%. This is not at 100%. It's at 99%. It's not 100. We're going to strip off everything. You dig stuff like this? It's what I was dearly missing in Ghost Recon. This is what I think Recon lacked, and it was for the worse. Okay, so let's remove the buffer tube, remove the stock. We're gonna strip this one over here and this one over here. Right? What else do we need to remove? We need to remove the rail because we don't need this. We're gonna remove the barrel because we don't need this. We'll remove the PMAG because we don't need this. This is the old charging handle. We don't want this. We're going to leave this here. We're going to leave this here. Yes. Okay, so now we're going to rebuild this with these parts. Right? So we're going to open this up. Now move. Oh. Okay. Doesn't have the necessary space. Gotcha. Let me move some shit around. Let me move this over here. Take this over here. Oh, this is too large to fit. Okay. This goes in hand. This, we're going to detach the upper. Doesn't fit anywhere. The upper doesn't fit. Shit. Okay, let's do it the other way around. Okay, this is the old buffer, so this one goes onto here. This is the old barrel. I'm gonna build it in our inventory over here. This is the old handguard. This is the old charging handle and the old magazine. So we're gonna start transferring pieces off of it, starting with the buffer tube. There we go. We got the buffer tube.
I swear to God, these fucking phones driving me crazy. Do they ever show?
Okay, this is our lightly used. So this is an upper and lower together, right? We're going to move the charging handle over here. This is the M4 upper. Good. We're going to move the barrel here. It's not enough room. That's true. There's not a lot of room. Let me do this to free up some room.
The guys who smoked us with no answers. Leave above the local army, that's for sure. Ooh, fuck off.
Move that over here. Put that here to save space. Take off this, put this here. Trying to not lose track of all of my parts. Does this fit anywhere? Slap this in here for now. Why do you not fit? God damn, you fat piece of shit. How dare you? I have to play a little bit of inventory Tetris over here. Not a game I particularly enjoy because I'm very bad at it. Push this up here, push this up here, push this up here. Make a little bit more space. We could detach the muzzle device. Let's retain that here for now. Okay, it makes it at least a little bit shorter.
Do they ever show?
Take off that buffer tube. It's taking up unnecessary space. Okay, this is better. Okay, now we can take off the upper. Said we can take off the upper. Where does the upper go? The upper doesn't go here. Okay, let's examine the upper now. Put the barrel here. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. Put that here. barrel goes here. Okay, now we're cooking with propane. Where is the barrel? Okay, we moved the handguard. Okay, this is the old M4 upper. We're gonna slap this over here, this over here, this over here. That's the old muzzle device. We're gonna put it back here. I'm just about to flip it. So much funnier out of context. What do you mean? Wish this animated like a cluttered workbench half of the time we're just bumping stuff off of it. That's, I mean, you weren't here for when I was attempting to assemble an AR lower, weren't you? That was pretty much what was happening. That plus the D10 pins flying all over the fucking place. It was a pathetic sight. There's more space than is available. Jesus fuck. Does it though? It kind of does, yeah. Oh, I can just do this. Fine, I can. Yay! Okay, now let's see if I have all of my hand-me-down parts listed correctly. Okay, this one is supposed to have a. This one is supposed to have this magazine. Right, this is a condition 100%. 1.3 MOA, good, good. We have our rear sights. We have our front post sights. We have our shift grip.
Honestly, us coming here probably improve the overall quality of this place.
We can use the new shift grip. Move that over here. It's a lot of identical parts because I'm basically gutting an existing rifle and just moving shit around. Front posts. Just basically stripping off everything I can use just to make sure that, you know, I improve the longevity of the rifle. You're glad you reflexively chamber check? Were you running around with a dry chamber? It happens to the best of us. Alright. Okay, now this is ready for the bargain bin. I will not be taking the SVD, because I don't like the SVD. Gunny. There you go. Wow, you cheap bitch. Really? 500 bucks, that's all you're gonna give me for this? I have half a mind to sell it to Banshee instead. After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me. Typical. Let's stow the SVD away. We're gonna swap these magazines out because we're gonna go for our big, beautiful magazines. Tummies full of green tip. Okay. Do a weapon check. The only thing that's missing now is a tripod, and then it's gonna be perfect. Alright, now let me educate you on how to cheese sawmill, shall we? You see if I'm... Oh, I'm not well hydrated. We need to be well hydrated. I'm sorry, this is my arguably this is my favorite part of the game, tinkering with guns, especially since this is effectively what I want to build out of my Aero Precision lower receiver. I have a standard mag pull grip here. Other than that, it is basically an identical lower. And it's waiting for an upper. It's not going to be in 5.56, it's going to be in 223 Wild. And that is about all the difference. So that's why I'm particularly giddy about, you know, the gun builder that I have access to. And it's something that I dearly, dearly missed having in Ghost Recon. Because Ghost Recon is a bad game. Hell yeah. Oh, you haven't popped a mag in? I did that once. I did that with the SVD. I started hunting someone with an SVD and I forgot that it's not a bolt-action rifle. And I just deadass did not have a magazine in. Alright, Hexen told me that you can run a sniper rifle with a handgun, and I believe him. Pop that dust cover, no longer in administrative storage. Set it to single, 0 to 100 meters, magnification 5. You remember that? Spent so much time tinkering with that SVD and just left the mag out? Hey, listen. It was a new toy, okay? Right, so now my optic is significantly better. My rounds are proper armor-piercing bullets. So let's see what kind of mayhem we can cause at the sawmill now. I was able to pull it off yesterday with just the SVD. Probably not something I'm going to attempt to do wholesale, but I just wanted to demonstrate a quick point. Because playing solo in this game is very different from playing with a squad. When you play with a squad, you have a point of interest, you hit it, and there you go. That's how you're supposed to proceed. You check your corners, you cover each other, you shoot, move, communicate. If you're alone, no one's watching your back. No one's there to bail you out if you catch a phase full of 7.65 by 39. So, yeah, 7.62 by 39. And no one's going to guard your body, and no one's going to clear a path for you to run in and save all your shit. That's just not happening. That's how I was able to source this 20-inch barrel. So, this is specific to a Banshee task that I completed yesterday. And I refused to go into the sawmill during the day with a two-man team because I correctly asserted that we would just get massacred in there. Because, oh, that's unfortunate. You know what? Leave it as is. I'm going to pretend that that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, someone's already taking pot shots at me. I'm not going to bother rescaling that. It's just going to be like that. We're going to pretend that it's like a very minimalistic visor. So, the purpose of the sawmill is to be a shooting range for your enjoyment. I said for my enjoyment. It still kind of works. Yeah, this model doesn't have a halo. Sorry about that, Crispian. Listen, we have to work with what we have. The full model requires a little bit more VRAM to render, so I'm gonna wait for him to clear that shed. Not sure if that high tier NPC is going to spawn now. Right in the off button. I wanted to shoot him in the leg. That would have been funny. So, whenever you get a mission from Banshee to clear out the leader of the faction that's occupying the sawmill, the boss man is going to spawn around this area, around the big red shed. He's easily recognizable because he's the only one who's not wearing the tin pot helmet. So whenever you see someone in anything resembling a modern ballistic helmet, that is your target. Take your shot. I did this with an SVD last time. I did not have to go down to do anything other than collect loot, and you don't need to collect loot. Me being a loot goblin, I felt compelled to rob everyone I killed. You don't have to. Especially if it means overextending and risking your nice long-range rifle. I love how they crumble when you press their off button. And that's the boss man. There we go. We've completed the quest that we already had. And because I'm using a can, I'm not alerting the entire base to my presence. He's gonna bleed out there in a moment. So I can mostly hunt with impunity. Headshots are classy, they're drippy. You know, it's an expression of skill. But two green tips to the body defeats anything that passes for armor in this part of the world, so... take your wins when you can get them. Yeah, this is significantly better than the SVD, because with this, I can cant it and still use it as a proper full-auto rifle. The SVD is just a DMR, not a particularly good one at that. I need to be very careful when clearing out, because they have a tendency to hide in the structures. So don't have a deal with those shit Soviet chevrons? Yes. Imagine having a normal aiming reticle. It's also normal and visible. Up? Is OBS shitting the bed? Sometimes they like to spawn inside, like that guy over there. I don't think he's aware of what's happening. Motherfucker, someone just tried shooting at me. Oh. He's in the water, really? That's the first time I've seen an NPC go into the water. The more you know, I guess. And that, boys and girls, is why we retain range superiority. And we never engage at ranges that are preferred by the enemy. They're adapting, I know. Maybe it's shallow enough for them to walk, and then they go into the water. Let's pull up, because I don't like taking shots. One of them has an SKS and they have an angle on me. They can dome me very easily. I don't see who is shooting me. Well, he was already startled, so it might have been him. But we need to check the periphery regardless. Officer, I was scared. I definitely didn't see him run away. The bullets impacted his back because I needed to make sure that he was no longer a threat. I was in fear for my life. If you're feeling very extra, you can go proactively hunting for everyone who's not the boss. And you can even go and loot. Just careful not to do so when they're going to be respawning. I'm not sure when that happens. There's a certain very short cooldown on when they're going to be spawning again. I was caught on the short end of that particular stick a number of times. As a rule of thumb, whenever you hear someone talk, get the fuck out of there. It's not worth it to try to get into a dick measuring contest with them. They will lose, they'll get angry, and they'll just overpower you. By sheer force of numbers, not because they have any kind of actual advantage. Alright. I'm gonna give a nice wide sweep to the sawmill. But basically, yeah, that's a safe and easy way to actually, I believe you get a handshake quest for getting 20 kills, and you complete the Banshee boss kill quest the same way. Because bullets don't discriminate, they only penetrate. The extra performance from these options makes the game so much better by themselves. Well, there, you're welcome. I prioritize the game running smoothly over being able to see the pores on whatever the hell I'm shooting. Like, I'm fine with a little bit of shader jank, I'm fine with some of the textures taking a little bit of time to pop in. I would rather have that than a delayed reaction time to my inputs. Off button pressed. The more juicy Rising Storm 2. I've never played Rising Storm, so I don't get that reference. The boss, by the way, usually drops some pretty good loot. So it's usually worth easing your way into whatever you're doing there. So let's see if we can score some freebies. Claymores do actual Claymore things? Oh, Megalum VT, hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. How are you doing? I remember we've raided into you with Razor last night. Let me call in a mortar strike, just because it's funny.
Copy that. Adjusting for fire. Stand by.
How are you doing? Never mind the chibi model, it's the only model that my GPU is able to make coexist with the game. Usually I'm a little bit more robust, but not by a lot. Relaxing, enjoying Gray Zone content. I'll kick back and enjoy. We're just cheesing Sawmill with a solo run. Where's that mortar? I've taken sweet time. I'm doing pretty good. We built out my dream DMR build. Only exception being it's in 5.56 instead of 2.23 wild. Up, someone's taking shots. Good thing I decided to wait. There's a disgruntled local somewhere, but I don't see him. Oh, there you are. No, that's a dead body. Where are you? Come out, come out. Whoa, I got hit in the plate. Let's pull back, pull back, pull back. See, that's what I was talking about. You can always catch a stray. Good thing we have tourniquets. Really? I caught something else there? Okay. Let's deal with that. The blood loss is not too bad. Something not have your dream gum until they add the FAL. Respectable choice. I don't have strong feelings about the FAL in particular. But I respect the drip. Where are my bandages? Do I have bandages? I do have bandages. smokes everything opposite of the roof? Really? It goes through structures? I didn't know that. I thought it only works on the outside. Well, I guess here's my opportunity to test that. Alright, getting a little bit of jitters. I think I'm taxing my GPU a little bit more because of the long-range sniping that I'm doing. 100-meter lethal range. Okay, good to know. Then I just wasted a mortar for largely nothing. Well, I definitely hit him enough to start bleeding, so I'm gonna give him a moment to bleed out. Check our mags. 27 rounds, that's acceptable. Oh, you don't know you don't know they have claymores, never mind. Okay, I definitely hear him screaming. If I can hear him, he's way too close. Water again? No, surely not. Yet, yes, exactly. Remember, if you want stuff... Oh, there you are. Bitch. I do not see where he's firing from, and I don't like that. Want the NFA goals? Claymore mines have last known price per unit of $113, so maybe $300 today. I don't feel strongly about that. Someone see where he's shooting from? Foliage is too fucking thick. I'm trying to climb down without exposing myself too much. Motherfucker, where is he? Can't be that far out because they don't usually shoot from those distances. Let's quickly eat. And this is why you have to be thorough with your sharpshooting rounds. Like, yes, sure, you may have superficially knocked off all of the patrols that you can see, but there are likely more. Somewhere around that building. I'll toss a nade just to cheer him up. He was able to hit me. He's probably somewhere on the shoreline. Because even with an SKS, they have a certain limit to their engagement range. Alright, let's stay behind this tree. Let's not fall down. Oh, we can't get back up? Okay. Let's stay behind the ridgeline. I'm going to be so mad if I killed him with a grenade and didn't even notice. I don't see him. Did the nade get him? Seen a swarm of bugs for the first time. The bugs swarm on old bodies. Who the fuck shot at me? Go through the bridge over there. It's a little bit safer. I want to get to the boss man's body, which is probably going to be a little bit challenging, but he does have the nicest loot because he typically has a shotgun. No, never mind. He has a pimped out AK that's worth a lot of money. Well, I guess they started respawning. Alright, then we need to pull back and get a lay of the land again. Because if they started respawning, I'm definitely not looting shit. Turn the laser off, it's not a lot of use here. I can hear them. Clear as day. All right. Yep, there are new bodies to shoot. So the sawmill has to, at least a limited extent, repopulated. I don't like that. I like my loot free. That's probably a bit of an oversight. They need to implement something similar to the way zombies spawn in Project Zomboid, where as long as you're populating a cell, the enemies can't just start randomly popping out of the bushes. I'll let them bleed out. Your catch. I was waiting to do that. Alright, let's make sure I have some rounds here. I'll crank up the volume slightly so that I don't miss one sneaking around. It's a little dark, so we need to pay attention. So there's still a chance that those were just stragglers and not a new batch. Because if I see more of them upright, I'm bailing. That's the boss man. He usually has some good loot. Oh, I am taking all of this shit. Fuck it, I'm taking your helmet as well. Usually an ammo box in here. Not very useful, but I'll take it. Oh, an AK-19, damn. Drop a DSLR. Alright, let's move out. Some money? Yes, you do. Okay, we've got the most valuable loot, now we haul ass. Yeah, that's a reasonably good haul. If I felt like pushing further in, I could get some more stuff because I do have a key from the sawmill office, and sometimes there's good loot in there, but I don't have any more carry capacity, so I need to make my way back to a base camp and sell off whatever I got already. We can double dip after these. They're just fauna? Oh, okay, if you say so. Oh no, Aguila isn't captured yet. I don't feel like clearing that out on my own. Have I availed myself of Fanny Paradise? I've been led through Fanny Paradise exactly once. Okay, we're gonna have to fly all the way back because the checkpoint isn't captured. That's okay, it's probably the same time that it takes to fly back and forth as it does to climb all the way up onto the hill. I've been to Fanny Paradise once, when I was led around by the nose by a better player, specifically by Tifrit.
Raven dispatch, moving to Echo 2.
Didn't get to enjoy the views too much. Alright, make sure we're topped off on our primary calibers here.
Moving out. ETA, 30 seconds.
Are AK-19s any good? What do they do? Oh, it's a 5.56 AK. You don't say. Interesting. I don't have any room to fuck it, I'll just leave it as is. The view is mostly corpses, but the loot is nice. So I hear. So I hear. As you can see, you can get some pretty okay loot from the sawmill, and it's reasonably easy to clean out on your own as long as you have a serviceable DMR. You don't have to go as high production value as I have. I did all of this with an SVD yesterday. You know what? I think I figured it out. I think I know what is the key difference between this model and the full-size model. I'm gonna take the visor off you if you don't mind. Oh damn, where's the visor? I can't see well. The difference is in the spring bones on the Iron Halo. That's the main difference here. Because it's spring bones, it's physics, and it's physics that it's continuously simulating. Even if it's not visible at all times, this model has no physics. It doesn't even have any transparency set. Like, it's a significantly lower amount of vertices compared to the standard model that has a plate carrier. It has the Iron Halo with the rigged up flames. It has the horns with variable transparency, and it has a lot of emission maps. So like lots of shit for Vinian to consider how to render it correctly. That actually reminds me, we don't have bloom on right now. Rather, we don't have anything with an emission map that would react to bloom, so we can turn that off as well. Alright, let me quickly offload my ill-gotten gains. Keep seeing this. AKS folding stock, 2% recoil reduction. Hollow point 54x39. I don't shoot communist calibers. 7.62x39 US. Green tip, okay. Browning. This is an SVD round. I'm gonna sell off the rest. And this is an accessory rail. Move that over here, move that over here. Vendors, gunny, no. I need Banshee reputation. Boom, nice. Okay, DSLR. We can sell this to Handshake, or we can sell this to Vulture. That's, Vulture barely gives you any money. And I also don't want to go all the way back to get shit to Vulture. Although, what does Vulture sell when you level him out? He sells like an MP7 with a quad rail, right? I think I'll sell these to Gunny for the time being. Or not to Gunny, to Handshake. He's the only one who buys the... Oh, no, never mind. Banshee buys both of these. We're selling these to Banshee. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Is there any room to move some of my guns around? You accept a scope, really? Okay. Let's put this here. Give me a moment to just organize some room here. Okay, what is this? Oh, office storage room key. This is a cool key to have, actually. Okay. YBL office key 2. Let me sort my keys out real quick. Such a colossal fucking dumbass sometimes. What did you do? Did you lose the nice rifle I gave you? Almost feels like it's time to get the supporter edition for extra storage. I'm getting the supporter edition. You don't need to guilt me into it. I did say that if I get it to run with a 3D model, I will buy the supporter edition, and I will do that. Not because I want the extra space, but because I think the game is fun, and I should support the game because I like it. Okay. Schoolroom key. Namthaven Lumbery maintenance room. I am carrying around so many fucking keys, and I don't even know where all of these go. I'm gonna need to buy another one of these. Key holder. Let's consolidate some of the keys, okay? So you and stuff. FNC. Okay, let's consolidate this here. FN 103, Fort Namthaven. Tiger Bay Center. This is also a Tiger Bay key. This is Sawmill. This is YBL. Okay, the Sawmill keys go here. Okay, let's move all of the Tiger Bay keys and all of the Blue Lagoon keys into that one. Never mind. Alright, I'm definitely not going to Namthaven alone, so... And I'm not going... I could go to Blue Lagoon alone. Keep these two on me. Alright, that works. Banshee... I'm not sure what even takes the 762. Look again, accept task. Oh, you just went, looked for a tracker mission, had a tracker, shot many dudes, achieved violence, standing there like an idiot. How can I plant the tracker? What do I do? Look again, accept task. Well, at the very least, you did the hard part before you figured out what was wrong. It's not like you failed to collect the result of the task there, so you're good. Not the worst outcome you could have had. I actually need some bandages. Gauze. Interesting that bandages fix bleeds, but not gauze. Put that back in here. Do I need splints? I do need to refresh my splint. Alright, I would say that we are probably good to go. I say we do a little bit more hunting in that room. We don't need any more Ibelin. Starting to throw some of the magazines. Oh, there is no way this is the optimal shape that everything fits into, game. You are high. Alright, back to Sawmill it is.
Raven, wheels up for base camp.
Quick weapon check. Oh, let me get some provisions first. Tuna. When are we getting more drops, I wonder? Never ride on this side of the chopper. Let's see if we can get a more scenic route with more shots to take. Oh, I sold that AK and I forgot to unload the green tip. Unfortunate. Like more food variety, but you're weird. Give them some time. They just need to make some licensing deals. So far, my favorite food item is the Haterade, and I'm upset that it's not actually called Haterade. but it gives you a little bit of energy because it's sugar, and it's mostly hydration because it's electrolytes. And I miss being able to drink Gatorade in real life because it has yellow 6 in it. So I'm confined to strictly drinking Pocari Sweat. Now that I think about this is near Thailand, so Pocari Sweat would probably be the electrolyte drink of choice that would make it into the Golden Triangle. What's everyone's favorite hydration drink? My absolute go-to is mixing some Pocari Sweat and then dropping a couple of scoops of matcha into it. Pocari Sweat had one of the best advertisements in the 80s and 90s. I don't remember seeing any of those. I learned of Pocari Sweat when I was going to jiu-jitsu seminars in Japan, and we were running drills in like 100-degree weather at 100% humidity, so we were like at actual risk of heat stroke. So the elders just mixed an entire box of dry Pocari Sweat into a water cooler and just basically told us to regularly come up and drink it. It was like thick as syrup, but it kept us alive and it kept us through like 8-hour-long training days. Sparkling ice. I've never heard of sparkling ice. Actually functions, just grab a Gatorade. See, I'm not a fan of the red 40 and of the yellow 6. If not for that, it would be great. Alright, let's see if they've recuperated their losses. Hopefully everyone is still dead. I did leave the cell, so the cell probably refreshes when everyone leaves. At least it would make sense that it would work like that. Up, we're getting some chugging. At least I'm not getting any chugging on the side of the game, which is nice. Big fan of coffee chased with water. Ah, a gourmand. Let me guess, your preferred preparation is hard espresso? The thing I don't like about espresso is its rate of decay in the body. Way to line up, nerd. Because coffee-derived caffeine is not bound by L-theanine, and because of that, a terminally tea-poisoned body like mine filters it out very effectively. So I get a caffeine crash from coffee very fast. When you dehydrate yourself, the water tastes even better. Love cheap black coffee. Nice. Did you make your own before you rock? Some lemon juice, Himalayan salt, some potassium chloride supplement. Very based. You need to have a little bit of glucose in that one because you need to recoup your glycogen stores when you're going through intense workouts. What I will do is I will take my 32-ounce Yeti mug. Well, it's not really a mug at that point, it's more of a jug, but regardless. And I will mix essentially an entire bag of Pocari into that full thing of water. If we weren't under a matcha shortage because it was a bad harvest year and basic white women have also discovered matcha, I would also be putting a couple of scoops of matcha into that. But right now, I have to buy it at basically cocaine prices, so I have to get my stimulants from other places. There's 7.62 NATO in this game? You were not aware? Yes, it's for the M700. I don't see the point for M700. If you have access to 5.56 green tip, at least I haven't found a use for it yet. I have the M700 with an integrally suppressed barrel. It just fuck all to do with it. Like, I'm not switching out to a bolt-action rifle for my raids if I can do all of the precision shooting with a 20-inch barreled DMR. Like, what is even the point? Okay, the body in the river is gone, so I'm going to assume that they respawned back to full strength. I was called to do Overwatch, you'd bolt action your ass off just for the vibe check? Nah. Because I'm responsible for keeping people alive while being in Overwatch, I insist on being able to do fast follow-up shots. And the 7.62 NATO offers no additional penetration, at least not in areas that I'm in. Use bolt action to get a better gun right now. You do enjoy the Mosin every now and then for the challenge. I don't like being challenged. I like being comfortable. That's why I'm running around with a 20-inch AR. See, you just tap him once in the heart and there you go. Plates or no plates, you're going down. You never appreciate running clean water until you're thirsty in a government building in a third world country? So true, so real. I have to crank the volume up slightly so I can hear them shit talk. There are usually some guys on that patrol on the other end. Whoa, okay. Someone's got good aim. Let me give them their prize. Okay, one of them at least should be bleeding, and I got the other one dead to right. You have begun stashing things in bags? Might want to sell some of this? Yes. There's generally no reason to hoard a lot of gear. I usually hang on to things that I can't easily replace, or things that I use on a regular basis. So I'll have my 2 M4s, and I'll have my selection of MP5s and shotguns, and that is about it. Check the mag, 20 rounds, that's fine for this range. Did he just survive a headshot? I mean, I did probably ding him in the helmet, but still, I feel offended. This is fucking green tip. How dare you survive? We'll blame it on it being a glancing angle. Okay, someone was definitely taking shots at me, and they're definitely not de-aggroed. You've survived 2 headshots on the same task. Crazy news with deflection both times. No meds needed, just a little break. Well, good for you. That's why I hate the AK. The AK is a bad platform when you're facing anything that even approximates a near-peer force. Just gonna shoot him in the brainstem. Take no chances with the helmet. Yeah, the AK stops performing whenever you're not shooting unarmored civilians with their face turned towards the wall. At that point, most Soviet weapons shit the bed. And before you say, but my goat herders in Afghanistan, the AKs were never an effective means of doing much of anything in Afghanistan. The primary source of casualties in Afghanistan were ambushes and mortars. For that exact reason. That and IEDs. Maybe RPGs, but never AKs. Reliance on AKs and SKSs and other Soviet slop is what actually held them back. Yeah, exactly. The Afghans immediately traded up when Biden fucked it. The moment they got access to Mark 18s, they switched to Mark 18s. PKMs were the small arms casualty because sick range? Yeah, probably. Then again, like, trying to compete in ranged combat with the army is never a great proposition. They see you better, they see farther, they see in the dark, and also, unlike you, they know math. Not you, no Terry, but you, the hypothetical Afghan guy trying to snipe them. Like, I've heard numerous stories about these guys trying to crawl around preparing ambushes for base camps, and the Rangers are just sitting there, laughing, looking at the guy through a thermal scope, betting today's stock of Wild Tiger energy on who can make that shot from that distance. Try to move up slightly just to make sure that we're not... Oh, there you are. Right in the face. RPGs self-detonate at 1 kilometer exactly, so if they know the range, they can airburst their shit. Again, that would require that they know math, and this is Afghanistan. Let's not hoist unfair expectations on them. An Oricorio pom-pom variant. I'm still bitter over some Pokemon being region locked in Pokemon Go. Like, what an asinine mechanic. Some of them were smart enough to do that. They got instructions exactly of where to do it. Yeah, see, at that point, I'm blaming external agents. That smells like Chinese consultants. That has China or Russian written all over it. Sleep on the post, are you? I love this so much. The long distance shooting is just such a treat. The good thing is they did on convoys, so it's harder to target in general. A nasty little trick that they started deploying is making the asphalt of the road malleable by leaving a diesel-soaked mattress on it for a day. Or several days, I don't remember. You need to do that for a while. They would plant an IED there and then cover it in asphalt. Now you're reminded of the time they got squirrelry on a fire base and the Arty crew had the rare actual joy of direct fire? I don't know what half of those terms mean. I'm not very caught up with the lingo. Okay, let me try to evacuate whatever bodies are potentially hiding indoors. a little dark because of the rain. It's actually considerably dark because of the rain. Alright, I don't believe I see anyone. We're going to tread lightly. But we're going to attempt to dip into the base. Whoa! That was the app. That's not optimal. I heard that one crack right over my fucking head. We're going to get some hard cover for that. He was waiting for me. He was spawned by the great void to dome me where I stood. He took that shot. And I don't see from where. Alright, I need to suss this guy out, because otherwise this is just a waste of ammo. Troops could see them on the mountain, and they could aim their 155 shells, not in an arc onto them, but snipe them. I see. I will honor you with dental coverage. That's probably the guy who was taking shots at me, right? Alright. Let's quickly eat our tuna. What's the weather forecast? It's gonna be raining for at least another hour. They're probably going to respawn by then, so what we're going to do is I'm gonna switch to full auto. We're gonna look for some opportunistic targets as we approach. But we're going to make a push towards the office and try to raid that place. Just to make sure I'm not carrying anything terribly valuable on me. Well, except for my very, very expensive rifle. You know what? I think I'm going to switch over to nods, and I'm going to do the following. Alright. This will give me slightly better visibility. We're going to crank the audio up so that I can hear everything that's happening. I heard voices and I can barely see them. Alright, we're gonna have to wait for a night raid to do this because I'm not sticking my neck out there. God bless the internet. You check the. Whoa, okay. Run, 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 run. You'll rest when you're dead. All right, which one of you was taking shots at me? Also known as, which one of you wants to die first? This is why I hate the sawmill. It's very, very complex terrain. You do not see your clear angles. But they can ambush you all day. Let's see if he gets the bright idea of trying to counter-snipe me from over here. Alright, I cannot see shit in the rain. So we're going to have to bail on this. Yeah, this is not happening. If it was broad daylight, this would be more feasible, but with bad visibility and all of the brush interfering, it's not a good day for sniping. So I'm gonna leave them to lick their wounds and their nuts. 8 seconds to shot impact. Explosively clapped at 2.5 kilometers away. You love to see it. Okay.
Roger. Raven is in the air and heading to Echo 2.
I love that the weather here materially impacts what you can and cannot do. It forces you to play way more intelligently.
Raven arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
Let's see what we actually have access to in terms of any of the doable tasks. Blue Lagoon is a little bit sketchy solo. Not impossible, but definitely sketch. Not touching any of the Tiger Bay missions, just absolutely not. Air filtration system is YBL. I don't want to go there alone. Okay, let's see. Traffic control building, main entrance, northern entrance, headquarters. That would require me to go into Fort Nerith. Difficult proposition. Banpa. Where the hell is Banpa? Along Banpa. Okay, so this is Banpa. I would need to go into Juliet 1 and then... I guess I could take Diamond. And I would need to scout 2 of these. Okay. I mean, the other thing I could do to be productive is take some combat outposts for some free XP. Oh, there you are, Notary. I hear you having some fun over there. Wildcat is ours. Someone's fighting for Spellberg. Yeah, you know what? Let's go to Banpa. We can rekit for nighttime ops. You know, make some money in the process. Alright, we earned nothing. We just burned a lot of expensive 5.56 ammo. Happens to the best of us. Let's refill, and we live to fight another day. I think that's a positive takeaway. Okay, let's look at our tasks. Fort Nerith area, Tiger Bay area. I know what this. I recall this being a relatively easy mission. Retrieve intel from Sampha Village. Report back to Artisan. Sampha Village is right over here. I will not be walking around in the dark. I will look up a walkthrough. Okay. Gray Zone Warfare. Missing colleague. Missing colleague. There's 2 steps to this mission. I actually need to buy some provisions from the lab guy. Plus 28 energy. Plus 14 energy. Plus 14 energy, but doesn't increase thirst. Let's finish off this bottle. Okay, so we need to go into this building, which is where? So, to listen into the explanation here. I'm gonna let him talk. $146, $128, you say. So right past this house. 146, 128. So it's this house over here. Okay. Just a second, I need to check what I'm looking for there. Not this building, okay. Which one do we need? Wooden shack. Arrest warrant, okay. Absolutely fantastic. So we need to get to here. What are we looking at? 6, it's 5 p.m. We're gonna play around with our inventory a little bit because I want it to get proper dark first. We could go and take Jefferson. It's like an easy take, actually. Ha. And it's no longer raining. Let's go take Jefferson. By the time we're done, we can exfil through a landing zone and be none the wiser and get a nice chunk of XP. Take the earpiece out of my ear so that it's not obstructing any audio cues. Alright. Just follow the road here. Usually nothing spawns in these houses just because it's a little too close to the base. This is considered PMC controlled territory. we dearly need the Mark 23. The Mark 23 needs to come back. If not the Mark 23, the USP 45, I think that's an acceptable alternative. Just want a suppressed handgun with a red dot, you know? Alright, we're gonna follow this road until we get to the main gate. We'll watch our step really carefully so that we don't run into any NPCs. I'm slightly annoyed that the rain is over right as we retreated back to base. It is what it is. We're just gonna have another little hunt at Sawmill at the break of dawn when we're done. Okay, I would prefer... I think a Browning high power would fit the locale well. Probably, but at the same time, you know, since we're at PMC, I expect us to have access to good gear. Oh, I need to probably switch off my auto. Remember, kids, this is a lawless zone that exists outside of state authority. There's no such thing as civilians here, only military-aged males. Me being an engraved gang leader weapon? That would be cool, but they already have 1911s in the game, and I feel like a 1911 for some reason just has that allure. It appeals to the criminality. Like, the most disgusting guns you will see are going to be either Berettas or 1911s. Decked out in gaudy, unsightly grips that make them difficult to actually operate. I'm actually gonna draw my handgun. No suppressor height sights, by the way. I've never taken any of the nearby forts, so it's an interesting activity. I would like to see what they're like when they're undisturbed. A nighttime raid would probably be the easiest. But then again, I can climb into the hills and snipe them, which is also fun. They have the... Oh, Jesus, fuck! The real treasure is going to be a Car 15 or a Swedish K. I don't have any frame of reference for those weapons. Alright, let's see if we can get a clear line of sight on Camp Jefferson over there. I would prioritize function. The weapons that have tragically fallen out of the hands of Mac Visog, a Swedish K, would be sweet. Don't see it very often in games. I don't have any strong feelings about that, I'll be completely transparent. My only option for this laser is just the regular laser, right? Yeah. And it's easier to hip fire that way. So you're saying it's something to return to the company as loot rather than used? I see. The thing is that implementing new things is resources that are taken away from other things. I would prefer to see semi-auto shotguns over what is ostensibly FUD guns, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I would prefer to see a Beretta 1301 or a Benelli M4 before any of the exotics. Okay, that is a road. Roads tend to have people. We don't like people. So we're going to stay away. make sure that we only surface when we have a nice and clear line of sight. Because I want to make sure that if I'm going to be firing off shots, I'm doing so in an environment where I'm removing threats from my immediate vicinity, not creating new ones. The road seems to be up. No, never mind. There he is. Take off the nods. Unfortunate. You're speaking purely in a down-the-road sense. You'd prefer they focus on overall game performance before new gear. However, they've done a great job from 0.1 for now. That's a big reason why I decided to dip my toe in when I did. Tifrit said that the quality of life is significantly better now. And I believe her. I mean, again, I'm able to run this simultaneously with a, you know, a downscaled model, but with an additional instance of Unity running on top of it nonetheless. Right, we've cleared the road out, so we now own the road. Now we just need to own some more angles of approach to Jefferson. Going through the woods is not going to be advantageous at this time of day, because the AI is better at spotting us in these lighting conditions than we are spotting the AI. Got one. There's definitely more than one present, so we're going to circle around. That is a structure. We don't like structures, especially if we don't know what's inside of the structure. So we're going to go into the rice paddy. That is body number 2. I wonder if I can go prone here. No way there's just 2 of them, right? Up, I see one moving. There he is. Got him. Got him. Okay. He was bleeding out, but I didn't want him to break line of sight. Prone shooting is fun. Okay, we're just gonna scope out just to make sure there's nothing else left. How many did we kill? I think we got 3, which is what I would expect one of these earlier outposts to have. Just be careful on approach. Here's a free clearance of your sinuses, sir. Your bill will be sent to you via mail. Switch to full auto. Anyone left? Okay, we can capture all of the NPCs are dead.
Objective secured. Jefferson is under our control.
Whew, that was fun. Take both AKs. I don't want the entire belt. I'll just take the money. Oh, nice. Take this, take this. I think I took one off of the porch here. There you are. You know what? For an early game location, it's not half bad. Not half bad at all. Put that up here, put that up here. This goes here, this goes here. Avengers, Banshee, pop, 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 pop. I am going to bring this man over to like me eventually. Any loot inside? This probably is not a major enough combat outpost for there to be cool loot. Well, you know, I'll take the food. Organic tofu. It's a good thing none of that dirty, dirty GMO tofu, am I right, boys? Nothing but the purest, cruelty-free tofu touches this body. I forgot that I was shooting full auto, and I whiffed all of those shots completely needlessly. Making you miss miso soup? I mean, there are Asians all over America, and where there are Asians, especially the Japanese, there's miso paste. Don't let your dreams be memes, no, Terry. Just buy some miso paste, get some dashi stock, and make yourself some miso. Y'all okay over there? Have to work on doing it right because a lot of the places overdo the tofu proportions. I mean, the tofu isn't even really an essential part of it. Tofu is just filling. I think that's everyone. To be perfectly honest, in all of the excitement, I lost count. Ah, perfectly domed. Some cash, nice. I'm gonna eat. It's worth nothing to me, it's worth something to him. I'll leave these here as well. I eat one of these. Okay, anything else we can do on the map? Let me see where the doctor's office here. Criminal hideout, water tower. Is it not mapped? It's not marked on my map. Interesting. Motel. Now, Terry, by the way, now's your chance to try to attach yourself to a group of good old boys and maybe do some running around. What's closer, base camp or LZ? Base camp's probably closer. Yeah, I'm just gonna run back to base camp. Okay, I didn't pick you clean. Fine broth, smarter chopped green onion, light touch of tofu cubes, nice. Well, yeah, the tofu is So the I'm trying to remember if the Japanese even add any fresh tofu to their miso proper. Some places do. You're in the middle of doing something dumb? Let me see on the map. What are you doing? Okay, I see your friends over there. Oh, joy, you're going to catch eagle. Ah, good luck to you. I would personally recommend a nighttime raid, but you know what? You do you, King. I'm just gonna be out here not losing my gear. Little shanty town over there. I just cut through the woods. Not attract any unwanted attention from the locals. I don't know why, but I find this game very soothing. Except, well, you know, the times when someone is shooting at me from an unknown direction. At that times, I don't find this game particularly soothing at all. I guess 50 XP isn't a lot. I could try capturing one of the major outposts, if any are still up for grabs. Bronco is up for grabs. It's a biggin, and I do get a good line of sight from Delta 2. And it is near Sunfa Village. Okay, that's a potential target. Slightly different activities, but I can use a nearby LZ to file in and out quickly. So we can go with our nighttime loadout, do our artisan mission. Do we have gunny tasks? We should have some. Oh, we have no gunny tasks. That's unfortunate. Okay, so we can also do a lab rat task. Because I need to level her up as well, and she gives tourniquets. The good kind. Should I place some combat tourniquets on my throne? Because I always forget to buy some more. Right, are we... Yeah, we're past the excluding zone. I probably should put some tourniquets on my throne. Tell you what, if someone buys a combat application, you can actually suggest those, but if someone buys a combat application tourniquet, we're gonna do a quick practice video during our next gun bench stream on how to apply a combat application tourniquet. Actually, I also need a carrier for it. Because right now I carry one in my pouch underneath my plate. And another one in my combat belt. Less than full magazine? Unacceptable. Absolutely disgusting. Alright, it gets dark at about 8 p.m. here. Alright, nighttime raid at intermediate distances, you say. M4. Leave these off. You know what? I don't need a second stick mag. What the fuck are you? Unload. What is this? Boat tail hollow points. We don't use these anymore. We don't encounter targets soft enough to use that kind of ammo. Did I seriously already burn through more ammo? That's disgusting. Gunny. Gunny. Please. Some green tip, por favor. How many do we want to buy? One stack is what? 80? So 160 should do me fine. God damn, it's so fucking expensive. This game is so realistic, the ammo prices are draining my coffers very fast. They don't buy the ammo for as much money. Alright, this goes here, this goes here, you go into the ammo can. Hydration and energy. Let's eat a bar. Use that as an opportunity to organize my inventory real quick. Drink of water. Ah, nice and neat. I attach this somewhere, not now. Okay. Let's check on No Terry, how he's doing. UNNRA checkpoint. Okay there, No Terry. Aha, so it's not dark yet at 8 p.m. Noted. 2 grenades, stim. I want more grenades. I mean, this is allegedly a stealth mission. So probably yes. Alright, we're ready to go. Now that I think about it, just a moment, I want to check something real quick. Where did I leave that suppressor? That was mounted on a trilug. SVD suppressor. Should be suppressor knocking around somewhere. I'm positive I didn't sell it. And the question is, where do I put it? There it is, 3 lug. Okay. Inspect. Inspect. Muzzle device efficiency less. Accuracy modifier less. Weapons handling worse. Loudness. Okay, so this is a better noise reduction capacity, and that is about it. I am not impressed. Sorry, this goes back in the bag. Alright, it's getting sufficiently dark. Let's call in a bird. We are going to land in Delta 1.
Raven dispatched. Moving to base
Ammo,
camp.
ammo, health pin, grenade, 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 magazine, 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 magazine. Medical check. 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 Okay. Weapons check. Armor piercing green tip. Full auto. Fire laser check. Alright, time to be a menace.
Strap in, we're heading out.
Once that is while that is happening, I'm gonna check the rest of that quest. See if there's anything else to do there. Oh, that's it. Okay, so we just need to serve it into Banshee. What's the other quest we have in the area? Lost Lover, right? Missing Holly, the Lost Lover. Infirmary ICU key. I see. I don't have that key, so I'm not gonna entertain that mission. Terry, are you okay? Well, I guess he'll sound off. That's the wrong way because our map has the wrong marker. That's the building that we need. Just gonna put on nods because, you know, it's appropriate lighting. Even if I'm not completely obscured, they are. And sometimes you'll have the odd NPC that'll wander into the bush. A Goomy appears. I don't remember what a Goomy is. I don't like the later generations of Pokemon. I'm not seeing any patrols in the road. I need to sit up to get a proper view of the screen. Because the nods are a little grainy, as they would be. Going to stay on the periphery. We may want to clear out those houses, though. Because A, there may be NPCs with good loot, and B, I kind of don't like having... Whoa, okay. Cut line of sight, cut line of sight, cut line of sight. Someone saw me. That one zipped clean through me. He's definitely not having any of our business. He's not buying what we're selling. So we're gonna give him a wide berth. We give him a little bit of time to de-aggro. And we're gonna wait until it becomes proper dark. Oh, now I remember what a Goomy is. It's that dragon type that looks like a snail. Just a silly little guy. I'll sort of pop up here. Okay, it should be sufficiently dark now, no? Still another hour away, probably. Let's see if we can't, at the very least, make out who is shooting at us. Surely, if we crouch down, the AI isn't just gonna magically have an angle at us. Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking at the neighboring house. Still... I believe that's the house that we need to go to. So let's make our way through there. Check our lighting conditions. Okay, it's getting a little darker. So the approach should be easier. At the very least, we're not going to suffer people taking pot shots at us from long distances. Are those flashlights or street lights? I'm not sure. Can we open the window from the outside, I wonder? We cannot. Okay, we know there's a body probably behind the fence over there. You got all your shit back, minus the helmet? That's okay. Okay, we know that someone is walking around on the side of the building that's facing the street. Question is, how many of them are there? I'll be with you shortly once I'm done pieing this corner. I think he's on the porch. Yep. I get that the screaming is supposed to signal whether or not I got a clean kill. But boy, that's fucking loud. Check our lighting conditions. It's still plenty light, so let's be aware of our angles. You eyeballed the hell out of the place, and then like 3 dudes and one besides you, except you were stalking the spot a couple of minutes, you don't know where they came from. First of all, if it... First of all, the NPCs move. They will go on patrols, they will travel, I wouldn't say randomly, but they will have sort of non-standardized patrols. Usually, if there's an NPC when you start engaging, you didn't see him. That's typically on you. They don't spawn randomly on empty plots, except for cases when you've just killed everyone and a new batch is respawning. So usually, if there are not bodies on the floor, and you walked into a quote-unquote ambush, that's on you. You fucked up when you were scoping out. I'm not sure that's even the right house. Okay, that's not the right house. Eagle is pretty dense. Do they make noise when they walk? A little bit, but you can't hear it from too far out. Eagle is pretty dense. Just a second. Where is Eagle? Oh, that's the one you wanted to take. That's not even a major one, so there's probably like 4 to 5 bodies there. Foliage-wise? Oh, yeah. You need to identify your clear angles. That's the only way to do it. Clearing combat outposts on your own is generally not recommended because of that. Alright, I feel like the safest way for me to do this is to just clear out the entire fucking street, because otherwise I'm gonna have assholes taking pot shots at me from blind angles that I didn't check previously. So we're just gonna start with a house over here, and we're gonna mow all of them down. And I don't care what the Geneva Convention has to say about that. Just pepper them from the dick up. Check ammo. Half a mag. Swap. See, I heard him run, changing cover there. Think fast, shit-ass. Oh, that was a bad throw. I need to double up on that one. Yeet! Stealth mission, by the way, guys. We want to pull up to let everyone who wants our attention to file in. Should have brought grenades. Grenades are great. Grenades are a fantastic way to deal with people behind hard cover, and most cover in this game is hard. The game thankfully does not really make a real doesn't really differentiate between cover and concealment. Because I feel like we would have been wall banged on more than one occasion. Like, the only concealment that isn't cover in the game so far is foliage. Because you can shoot through the foliage pretty successfully. One of them is hit. He's bleeding out. There he is. Okay. That's what you get for running shitty Chinese ARs. I hope I got someone with that shrapnel. Someone definitely died over here. I could swear I shot someone. Well, he obviously bled out. Oh, fine, it's Okareva. Okay, there is definitely someone up there. And that is why you pie the room before going into the fatal funnel. Fucking amateurs. Taking, you're starting to wonder if the best angle for Eagle is the tree line north of it. Let me check the map. Cobra. I mean, realistically, the best chance you have at taking anything, well, first of all, there's not really a tree line. I would say your best bet is the paddy to the northeast, because it gives you a nice open field of view. Quest. Oh, a Colt 1911. Hell yeah, brother. 2 World Wars. We're about to win a 3rd one before it starts. I got too excited. Caught a fur ball. Alright, what you got there, Sonny? Oh, one of them fancy ARs. No wonder I shot you so easy. You don't need no AR. You just need a 1911 and a double barrel shotgun. I should torture you more with anti-gun slop. I can hear someone walking. You know what? Dump this one. I feel like this is more valuable. I don't know why. The voices told me. Least pleasant Oni gunman in A? I don't know what that means. Most of my mental bandwidth is currently occupied by pieing the hell out of this. Luxury smartwatch. This is going into the safe box. Got some haterade. Alright, we're ready to clear the next house over. Any keys spawning? No. I could swear to God I killed one more of these motherfuckers somewhere over here. Like, I could see... Like, I clearly domed one of them from this angle. I fucking killed him clear as day. Like, from over here. He was behind the car. I guess I didn't kill him at all, did I? Or is he, like, somewhere near the... Nope. Nowhere to be seen. Well, better luck next time. Alright, check my mag. Time to clear out the next one. Wait, what's inside of this interior space? Let's follow the road for a bit. Ah, it's like a little inside garden area, I got it. Alright, I see an open door. Open doors usually mean people to shoot. Probably can't go through the back because that fence doesn't seem vaultable. Quickly pie everything. Anything in the fridge? Too bright. Storage room. Moped. Imagine driving a moped. That's very noisy. I wonder if the NPCs can hear you make noise in the foliage. Alright, this is a very vaultable fence. I kind of goofed. I could have gone through here. I may want to pull back, just ever so slightly. God, thank God for the AK being a shit platform. Yeah. Where were we? they're probably gonna file into the main road. Because I think they respond to each other's gunshots. Okay. Drop her a sippy. Get some haterade. Alright, that is a very sketchy structure. I'm not sure I want to attempt to scale it from the front. If anything, I really probably don't. Where's the fucking entrance to this house? We have here. .762 by 25. I don't use it, but I will take it. Alright, check my magazines. Let's go. Okay, lots of sketchy angles. Someone has a flashlight, but they're on the other side of that wall. Throwing a nade would be very funny, but probably a little bit too on the nose. Yeah, they need to work on the flashlight penetrating some hard boundaries because it's a little confusing when you see a flashlight flare up. Make sure no one's in the shit over here. Careful now. Okay, I killed the guy on the porch here. Whoa! Alright, pull back, pull back, pull back. I was hit. I was hit. Not too badly, but I got hit. Into the woods we go. They're scared little bitches, they never follow you in. Oh, I also mag dumped into him, that's not great. Alright, we're over the bend. There's less risk that they're going to try to pursue. We are no longer bleeding, we're not gonna bleed. We're gonna stop bleeding right now, please and thank you. Alright. And we're going to address that with a little bit Ibelin. How do you claim it? There's a control panel there that you need to press and hold. These four of these guys terminally clapped unless you have to activate something you don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you need to initiate with a little panel there. Right, I definitely killed the guy, which is good. Keep getting clipped in the hand. Which is less than optimal. Okay, but at least I have some Overwatch now. We're back to square one, I think. Where the fuck are we? Oh yeah, we are back to square one. Congratulations, you captured your combat outpost. This game is a stark reminder of how much of an important skill it is to pull out in time. I think I'm over target. Oni Dojo, here's a quick question. Would a gigantic water jug like this be concealment or cover? Give me your best guess. Full of water, cover, however fragile? Correct. Probably largely depends on the projectile you plan to use, but I'd largely agree. Alright, this is not the correct house. I'm very annoyed. Yep, that's not the correct house. We are going to finish our haterade. Actually, we're going to eat the tuna as well, since we're in a safer spot. Yeah, it's probably not going to take more than a single shot, but a single shot it will take. M19 alone. Does it have a threaded barrel, too? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I think I can mount that new suppressor I have on this. Okay, I am running a little bit low on ammo. I need to probably conserve my primary calibers for actual fighting kills as opposed to stealth kills. I think this is the shack that I need. Yeah, that looks about right. Hide the rest of the house. That was right. Cleared the entire place like Carlos Hathcock because you didn't know you needed to touch the computer. Well, you can only touch the computer once you've killed everyone, so you would have had to do that either way. Question is, how difficult you make it for yourself. Common credit card. What does a common credit card do? An ordinary credit card. Well, I guess her friend doesn't need that anymore. Arrest warrant. Fantastic. I'm just gonna swap this out right here. Alright, now let's head to the exfil. I don't feel like fighting for my life here. I do want to kind of check this house out. This looks like it has loot. Do I have room for loot? I probably have room for loot. There's always room for loot. Never mind. Hell yeah, I'm running away. Fuck you. Dude, can you not really? Like, this is not the time and place to be smacking your lips. You can sell credit cards? Laser pointers? Grim. Hey there, gotcha. It's not a laser pointer, it's an IR laser pointer, I'll have you know. It's significantly cooler because only I can see it, even when I take my meds. How are you doing? Oh, calm the fuck down, you big baby. Not you, I was talking to our special operator, Tired. He's only running with a full backpack of shit. Here, I can turn it off, especially for you. But not for long, because I need it for aiming. You're gonna recover on the run, you'll be fine. Alright. That was the task, right? We just need to bring her this. Retrieve intel. Fantastic. We're gonna get 2 new suppressors for this. Yeah, man did not do his cardio. Well, to be fair, he probably did his cardio, just not loaded cardio. Which is, you know, an understandable training oversight. I hope he does better in the future. Alright, let's call in a bird. I'm kind of enjoying this pretty depopulated server. It's a lot more fun. You get more to do. As much as I like scalping, this is also fun. How are you doing today, Gotcha? You're up late. Well, so am I, but still.
Raven here. I'm moving out. ETA 30 seconds.
What did we get away with? We got quite a bit of shit, actually. Another Tokarev. Hopefully I have enough shit to sell to, oh. Tracer rounds? Ugh, trash. Doing alright? Actually neat maxing, so sleep schedule is nothing but a suggestion. I would recommend against that.
Matthew, hurry up and get in.
See, you may be as neat as you want, but at the same time, your circadian rhythm doesn't really care. See, hard cardio? No, I said loaded cardio. And your brain just goes to Ruby Eyes doing full MOPP gear sprint laps in the desert? I don't know what all of those words mean, Notari. All I know is that you can run with heavy thing, or you can run without the heavy thing, and running with the heavy thing is, who would have thought, harder. Do I want to sell this? Training mini rig. Minimalized design training mini rig offers essential attachment points for carrying magazines, small accessories. Other training gear layout promotes quick access to equipment, allowing efficient reloads and tactical maneuvering during training scenarios. I think Handshake sells these, so I'm going to sell this off. ill-gotten in there? Full metal jackets? Of course. Cheap bastards. Basic tax and tuna. These runs are costing me a pretty penny the way I run them. Maybe I need to switch over to a shotgun. But then again, Marine Recon team member who put on his full gear, loaded his rig with rocks, put on his chemical protective gear, including mask, helmet, rifle in hand, would just run around the fob midday at full speed. Nice. Hey, I gotcha. Autocorrect has been a bitch recently, especially on my phone. Like, it's suggesting things that I'm not even within the vicinity of saying. Alright, let's offload whatever the fuck you are. My space management is not great. Let's do this to free up some more. Pull you up. Pull you over here. Put the AK over here. Offload all of this shit. This I'm also definitely selling. This goes into the cooler. This I'm selling. This goes into my money stash. Also goes into the money stash. This I'm definitely keeping. Vendors. Yeah, he does sell the training rig. That's good. Okay, Banshee. Come the fuck on, you bitch. Running around in full sleep. Like Baki when you just imagine working out and you get the gains. Did Baki do that? He imagined... He had, like, very involved, whatchamacallit? He had very involved shadow boxing. But, like, most of the work that I saw him do was pretty real. Watch. Let's hand him the warrant. There you go. I'll be collecting my ill-gotten gains. It's not my fault that all of your friends are bitches who get arrested. Check fuel levels near buried fuel tanks in Fort Natham. Check the first fuel tank. Oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. Mosin Sniper. Piece of shit. I don't want it, but I'll take it. Where is that? Fort Nathan area. Retrieve the interrogation transcript from Fort Nathan. Report. Okay, I'm gonna definitely be doing that strictly with people. No way in fucking hell am I going there on my own. Okay, Handshake can have the rig. Since he's cheap, I'm gonna give these to Banshee as well. Motherfucker, I'm barely gaining anything. Alright, let's play around with the 1911, shall we? Where is that suppressor? Says it's rated up to 45, so let's put that to the test. Let's remove this. Okay, we have a suppressed 1911. What's in the mag? That looks like full metal jackets. So I don't need this anymore. Vendor, Banshee. $300 for that thing, really. I'm not selling it. Do I have the PR attic key? No, I don't. What is PR? What does PR stand for? There's also new Baki manga that I don't know, I'm kind of burnt out on Itagaki and his shit. Do I need to go to Vulture to buy my 45? I don't have any 45 on me, do I? 9x19... I swear I had some 45. Okay, there it is. 45 jacketed hollow points. So far, not terribly useful. unload. And I do have a full stack, I guess. So we can load these up and have it sit there for a rainy day. Alright, I actually need to refresh my tourniquet. It has 2 uses left. I'll slap this one in my chest rig. Burned out for Baki? I always seem like a rental girlfriend type of guy. Gotcha, I will go down to whatever part of South America you're in and beat your ass. How dare you? I was one of the few people chucking shit at Rent-A-Girlfriend when the anime first came out. I spoke the truth and they hated it for me. Nah, and they hated me for it, excuse me. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm running out of processing power for my brain. These suppressors, though, look sexy. How do I mount you, though? Is it a direct thread? What are we working with here? Desert Tech. Alright, let's see. Accuracy modifier 8%, that's good. Handling modifier -5. Loudness -22%. I think this one can bear it. Let's see. If I take this off, you don't fit onto this muzzle device, because of course you don't. Gunny, what you got for me? Nothing. Fucking useless. How do I mount this piece of shit? The opening from Season 1 was good because it was written by Minami, but never actually watched it. I detested the premise, but I was hoping it would pivot into something a little bit better, but it turned into Adventures of the Amazing Simp. I'm gonna stow this away because I don't really have a lot of use for this right now. The stick mag is just cooler, realistically. Like, it's nice that it's, you know, 1911 in good conditions. It's close to a Mark 24 that we currently have. But, like, a 7-round magazine isn't gonna cut it. However much of Mustapan power you imagine to have. That's not gonna cut it. These are probably not very useful, but I'm gonna keep them. This away here, put this away here. This is full. Okay. DTTS. What kind of muzzle device do you take? Need to figure this out. This is my only gripe with the game. It's not very good at explaining what works with what. And apparently none of these work with fucking anything. That's great. Alright, time to Google. Where's my phone? Only Japan could make a romance manga where the entire premise is dragging your feet on the romance at every chance. I wouldn't say that it's an only Japan thing. If anything, I would say that Korea seems to be a bigger proponent of cuck-related content. DTSS suppressor. Oh, there it is. Of course it's a Reddit question. It's for 338 Lapua. Oh, it fits the M700, I see. Okay. Let's roll that back real quick. Banshee. Okay. So I guess we need to compare that to whatever I can get out of the M700. Inspect. M700. Can I slop this on? No, you're an this is already integrally suppressed. So muzzle velocity. Built-in suppressor that features a titanium tube, a single-piece monolithic core. Suppressor is available for 2 calibers, 308 and 300 blackout. Interesting. Don't you know if most of those grenades you threw did anything? It certainly made you feel better. Well, see, as long as that works. Not even the cuck thing, but so many romance mangas revolves around the pre-dating aspect because if they get together, the author doesn't know what to do with the story after. I encourage you to read Please Go Home Akutsu-san, and it will prove you wrong because it is a good anime written by based chads. Or rather, manga. There's not an anime attached to it. Grenades are very good at filtering people out. Like, whenever there's a confined space that you want to fill with shrapnel and make everything inside very, very dead, it's very good at doing that. Okay, let's try to understand. Loudness reduction. So, does this... I guess it doesn't have any organic loudness reduction. I'm going to sell one of these. $200 bucks, that's not a lot. I'm going to hang on to these right now. I'd rather hang on to these. At least Tenchi Miyu is funny, and the author made his own canon dojin. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I'll believe you. Okay, I'm gonna hang on to these. I don't want to sell them off just yet, but I don't really have a use for them. That's fine. I guess I got some money out of it. How are we doing? I didn't want to do the Bon Pa task. I probably don't want to go to the sawmill right now because clearing it solo is suicide. Bronco drops some very solid loot. Nighttime raid at Bronco. Do I really want to wipe that hard? Well, it's either that or Crusader, I guess. What are my other options? Harrison. Harrison is also a big location, kind of sketchy in terms of sniping. Also, Tiger Bay is very close. Titan's already taken. Knight's not taken yet. Savannah's not taken yet. Bronco. You know, it's getting late. It's against my better judgments to engage in shenanigans, so... Even though it would be funny and I would like to do it, I am going to not do that. I'm just gonna buy some green tip before I forget that I wanted to do that. Probably don't want to buy 300 rounds worth. I'm gonna go with 180. Refill my stock. You're full, you're full, you're full. Okay. And the rest... Actually, let's leave this here and give me one more stack of this. Alright, that works. I think we're in a pretty okay space. We made some progress, we had some funnies at the expense of the AI. I feel good about this. And we found a 1911. We're ready to win 2 world wars all over again. Alright, so we're gonna exfil before we're kicked from the server. And we're gonna see if it makes sense for us to raid anyone today. Surely we have people to raid with. Oh, Infrix is actually streaming, and we do owe him a raid. Quickly open that up in the side panel over here. Stream manager. Alright, let's raid back into Infrix. I think that's only fair that we do that. Infrix. There you are. Alright, we're gonna start a raid. Make sure I'm not flashbanged with an ad. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope this has been enjoyable and at least slightly educational. As you can see, we are back to, well, having at least some kind of model. I guess we're gonna have to dedicate a little bit of time to deck out a dedicated little guy who's gonna be standing here when we play Gray Zone. But with that, this has been Onii-san reminding you to always press check. Bye-bye.